Pay off a 20-year mortgage in about 14 years. For further information about the Assured Homeownership Plan, see your Equitable Society representative or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Toy Bandit.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Richard Crenna, Lamont Johnson, Joyce McClusty, Paul Richards, John Sheehan, and Peggy Weber. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Toy Bandit on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next.
Hi, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Hope you're enjoying the video and the old time radio shows. If you're watching this on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, you should be aware that the channel owner has stolen this audio track from one of my videos and uploaded it with a different background as if it were their own. Again, this video and this audio is from my channel, An Evening of Old Time Radio. On with the show.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against the home. Kidnapping.
Just as it takes a special type of criminal to become a Hitler, so it takes a special type to become a kidnapper. Someone who refuses to face the fact that eventually all kidnappers and those who aid them will be hunted down by the FBI until they are dead or brought to justice. Such criminals aren't born, they're made. Created by environment, by society, by circumstance. And in one case, a kidnapper was created by something else, too. By his wife.
Sally. Ain't that enough for today?
No.
That last round was
No, Frank.
I'm tired.
Then rest for a minute.
Been dragging me out here every day for 2 weeks. I'm a good enough shot.
For small-time hold-ups, maybe.
That bank job was no...
You don't have to tell me about that bank job, Frank. That was my idea. Just like everything's been my idea.
Okay. It's all yours. Take the gun, too.
Oh, darling. You know I didn't mean it that way. You know I plan everything just for you. Besides, I couldn't do it all myself.
If you could, you would.
Don't be silly.
I don't know what the point of all this target practice is anyway.
It's going to give you a reputation.
With 2 stretches behind me, I've got one.
Like 100 others. But you're going to be bigger. Bigger than all of them.
Bigger?
Yes. What's the point of being anything if you can't be the biggest, the best, if you can't be number one? And that's what we're going to be, Frank. Number one.
You're crazy.
Wait and see.
Look, a couple more bank jobs and we can be driving on gasoline for the rest of our lives.
That's what my father must have said to my mother. And what were they? Petty crooks. Now they have to live on what I hand out to them. No, darling. We're going to do it right. One real job. And then we quit.
What one real job?
Never mind.
Come on.
When we're ready, I'll tell you.
Sally!
Darling, have I ever given you a bum steer?
Well,
Have I?
no, but...
Now empty both barrels like a good boy, and we'll call it quits for today.
Professional criminals don't work alone, they help each other. The most successful are those who get the most help, and they get it through their reputations in the crime world. Sally Hadley learned this the way most people learn things, through experience. She made her husband an expert with a sawed-off shotgun, and then she made herself his press agent. She gave him a name, Shotgun Hadley. She passed out shells as souvenirs. She planned robberies and holdups, saw that he carried them out perfectly. She built up his reputation, and then she was ready. Ready for really big game. Ready for that hot Saturday night in July when an Oklahoma millionaire named Walter Montgomery was playing cards on the screen porch of his home with his wife and his best friend.
There's no point in playing with you, Henry. You always win.
You and Walter just let me win because I'm your guest, right, Walter?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Henry?
Oh, Walt.
I thought I heard a car stop down below.
You always think you hear something nobody else does.
How about another hand?
Well, not for me.
Me either. I'm about ready for bed.
Oh, why don't you...
Sit down and keep quiet.
What are you...
Sit down. The shotgun works. Which one of you is Walter Montgomery?
What do you want to know?
Never mind. Which one of you is Montgomery? Which one of them's your husband, lady? Okay, I'll take both of them.
But you can't...
Shut up. Come on your feet, boys. We're going for a little drive. If you ever want to see your husband again, stay away from the phone, Mrs. Montgomery. I told you the shotgun works.
1 hour later, a blue sedan stopped at an intersection 12 miles from Oklahoma City. A man was shoved out and his empty wallet thrown after him. Then the car continued on its way with Walter Montgomery blindfolded on the back seat. Just about that time, Mrs. Montgomery was putting through a long-distance call. She knew kidnapping was a federal offense, and following the Attorney General's advice to the public, she telephoned Mr. J. Edgar Hoover in Washington. In less than 45 minutes, special agents assigned by Mr. Hoover were on their way. They took no immediate action. Not even 4 days later, when Mrs. Montgomery received a typewritten letter, the first of a series of letters, the first of a series of ransom notes.
There was this note from my husband enclosed in the letter.
Are you sure that's his handwriting, Mrs. Montgomery?
Yes. He said to give them the $200,000.
Well, he certainly set a high price. Did they give you instructions how to pay?
Well, the letter says to watch for an ad in the paper.
And then take an ad yourself?
Yes.
Then it told you not to notify the police?
Yes.
Not to take down the serial number of the bills? And to have only, used $20 notes?
How did you know?
We haven't been reading your mail. It's just that kidnapping notes always follow the same pattern. Who do they want as the intermediary to deliver the money?
Henry, Mr. Carroll. He's my husband's best friend.
Well, if they put that ad in the paper tomorrow and you answer immediately, your husband should be back first of next week.
Unless something happens.
What do you mean?
Mr. Schuyler.
Yes.
I want to cooperate with the government. I know kidnappers are the worst kind of criminals. But you see, I want my husband back. Please don't do anything.
Mrs. Montgomery, there's no need for you to worry. The first concern of the FBI in any kidnapping case is to get the victim home safely. We want to see your husband back here as much as you do. And we won't make one single move that will stand in the way of his coming back.
Thank you.
Three days later, arrangements were made to have a satchel containing $200,000 thrown from the observation platform of a speeding train at a certain spot in Oklahoma. Although no one knew it, the serial number of every bill was taken down and listed. And 9 days after he was kidnapped, Walter Montgomery came home to his wife. He hadn't had much sleep. He was very tired, but he was safe. He was alive. He was home. As soon as he'd recovered from the shock and rested, he was interviewed by the FBI.
Now, Mr. Montgomery.
Yes?
What was the last thing you saw before being blindfolded?
Why, a lot of lights. Must have been some kind of plant.
Well, there was a power plant near where they dropped Mr. Carroll.
It could have been a power plant.
All right. Now, on the way to the house, did you hear anything?
Well, one or two cars passed us, but... Oh, yes. We must have passed an oil field.
Why?
I heard the sound of the pumps. And twice I remember smelling gas.
Well, then you passed 2 oil fields.
That's right.
Now, how long after you passed that second field would you guess it was before you got to the house?
Oh, I don't know for sure. Not long, though.
15 minutes?
Oh, less. I think about 10, say.
Good. Now, did the car drive right up to the house, or did they stop for anything?
They stopped to open a gate.
How do you know?
I heard a creak.
Mm-hmm. And then they drove right up to the house?
No, they drove into some kind of a building.
Mm-hmm.
A barn, it must have been, because I could smell hay.
Well, then the house is probably a farmhouse.
Yes. Yes.
Was it close to the barn?
It was exactly 12 steps away. I counted them.
Glad you did. Now tell me, did you have to go up any steps to the house?
3. And they creaked.
What happened when you got inside?
Well, they put cotton in my ears and taped it over with adhesive so I couldn't hear what they said.
Mm-hmm.
But every morning I could hear a rooster crow, and then about, less than a minute afterward, the sound of an airplane passing over the house.
An airplane? Did you hear it every day?
Yes. No, one day it didn't come.
Which day?
Well, I don't know. But it rained that day.
That was Sunday. That's the only day it rained while you were away. And that's the only day you didn't hear the airplane.
That's right. I don't know whether this is of any aid to you. At the time, I knew I should try to remember everything that happened so I could be of assistance.
Mr. Montgomery, I think you've practically drawn us a map right to that farmhouse.
For the FBI, anything can be a clue. The lights on a power plant, the smell of an oil field, the sound of an airplane. Using the information gotten from Mr. Montgomery, special agents mapped a circle, a ring around the approximate location of the farmhouse. They went to the airlines, checked schedules, checked flights, checked what line did not run a plane on that one Sunday. They figured over approximately what area the early morning flight passed, and the ring around the farmhouse grew smaller, tighter, closer. Now the FBI agents moved into the ring looking for the farmhouse. Looking for a farmhouse with a gate wide enough for a car to pass through. A farmhouse with a barn only 12 steps away. 12 steps away from a porch with 3 creaking stairs.
4, 5, 6.
What do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was anyone home.
Well, you can see I'm home, can't you?
Yes.
What do you want?
I'm representing a real estate company in Tulsa. We're looking over farms in this neighborhood with a view to buying them.
You want to buy this farm?
Does it belong to you?
Well, it belongs to my daughter, Mrs. Hadley.
Sally Hadley?
Yes. You know her?
I've heard of her.
Oh, she was going to give me the place anyways, now.
Hmm?
You want to buy it?
Well, looks like the right place to me. But I'll have to have some of the men in my company look it over this afternoon, if it's all right with you.
Oh, it's fine with me.
You'll be here.
Yeah, I'll be here. As long as I can count on seeing you later.
Oh, don't worry. You can count on seeing me. Definitely.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file of the case of Shotgun Hadley. We will return to this case in just a moment. In pioneer days, Americans looked to their neighbors for security. When Mrs. Brown was sick abed, neighboring wives came over to help out. If her husband died, neighbors saw to it that she and her children had clothes, food, and shelter. But as the nation grew in population, as life became more complex, this neighborly security was no longer sufficient. To take its place, in the year 1859, a group of Americans founded the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Today it has grown into a strong mutual organization in which each member enjoys the advantages of association with 3,200,000 good neighbors who have pooled their dollars to protect each other. The equitable management then puts these dollars to work in ways that benefit the entire nation. Equitable funds encourage home ownership. They lend the farmer a helping hand. They finance great industries on which our prosperity depends. So is it not right and proper to speak of life insurance funds as one of democracy's greatest assets? By serving its members, the Equitable serves America. And now, back to the file on Shotgun Hadley, Kidnapper.
Small things, but enough for the FBI special agents to move swiftly on the trail of the kidnappers. The parents of Sally Hadley were arrested and jailed. Throughout the nation, the FBI sent a list of the serial numbers on the ransom money, sent a description of the kidnapper, sent the call, "Find Shotgun Hadley." To the FBI, Frank Hadley was another criminal who had to be caught. To the nation, he was public enemy number one. To his wife, with whom he shared a hotel suite in St. Louis, Shotgun Hadley was a frightened fool.
We don't have to get out of here. Now sit down and cool off, darling.
Sally, they've got the serial numbers of this dough.
Shall I mix you another drink, too?
They've picked up some of the bills already.
Frank, will you sit down and relax?
Sure. Sit down and wait for them to clap us in jail along with your mother and father.
They're not going to put us in jail because they're not going to catch us.
They will if we don't get on the move.
We'll move. But there's something we've got to do first.
What?
Sit down.
What for?
Go on.
Ah.
That's it, darling. Now you're going to write a letter.
A letter?
Mm-hmm. Here's a pen and paper. Just write what I tell you.
Who's it to?
Just write what I tell you. Dear Mr. Hoover.
What? Are you...
Go on. Dear Mr. Hoover, while you and your men are knocking yourselves out...
Sally,
No, change that to wearing yourselves out. I am living on the fat of the land. Go on, darling.
Wait a minute. What's the rest of this going to say?
Oh, it's going to say that he'll never catch you because you're too good for him.
What?
You did this alone, all by yourself, without anyone's help. And you did.
What are you trying to do, tie a noose around my neck?
Frank,
This is a confession.
he's got my poor mother and father in jail, and I've got to get them out.
By having me confess?
Look, he knows you did it anyway. This will just clear my folks and show him that you're not afraid of anyone.
It'll just put me in jail instead of them.
Oh. You're really afraid of your own shadow, aren't you, darling?
Sally, listen.
You listen to me. Now, when I married you, I thought you were a man. I thought you were a man who could be the number one boy in this country. I thought you had guts.
Sally,
What are you afraid of? You are number one now. You've got to show them that. You've got to show them that they're the ones to be afraid. You've got to show them that you're too big to touch. Because you are, Frank. You are.
Sally, look.
If we mail the letter
We're
from here,
not going to. I'm going to send it to a friend of mine in Chicago and have her mail it from there. When they get it, they'll see how big you are. They'll see you don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
And then tomorrow, we're going to buy another car, and before they even have a chance to look at the bills, we'll be on our way.
Okay, honey, okay.
You just don't realize what a big man you've become. Now, what have you written?
Dear Mr. Hoover, while you and your men are...
Wait, I've got a wonderful idea. An idea that will top the whole thing off.
What now?
Hoover may think the letter is from some crank. But do you know what you're going to do? You're going to put your fingerprints on it, darling.
What?
You're going to prove this is straight from Shotgun Hadley.
From Chicago, from Dallas, from Denver, from cities all over the West come letters to the FBI. And as the letters turn up, money turns up too, ransom money. $20 bills reported by alert citizens to the FBI. $20 bills that put the FBI closer on the trail of Frank and Sally Hadley. But Sally Hadley has gotten impatient. Leaving her husband in a small house near Memphis, she buys a cheap gingham dress, a red wig, and a second-hand car. And with complete unconcern drives right back to Oklahoma. On the way, she gives a lift to two hitchhikers, a man and his 8-year-old daughter.
I guess your little girl is asleep, Mr. Butler.
Yeah, she was awful tired.
Of course she was. Well, we'll get her a good dinner as soon as we get to town.
Why, you've been so nice, I couldn't let you do anything else for us, ma'am.
Oh, don't be silly. I want to. Besides, she reminds me of my own little girl.
Oh, do you have one?
Yes, by my first husband. He died, poor man, and Frank, that's my second husband, he won't let my little baby live with us.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, he isn't a very nice man. Mr. Butler.
Yeah?
Can I trust you?
Of course.
I'm in terrible trouble, and I've got to speak to somebody. I've just got to get help from someone.
Ma'am, if there's anything at all I can do...
Well, maybe you won't say that when you know the truth. I'm Sally Hadley, and my husband is Shotgun Hadley.
The kidnapper?
Yes.
Gee.
I didn't know what kind of a man he was when I married him. Well, it's a little too late for that now, isn't it? But he's done terrible things to me, too, to my little girl, to my family.
Oh.
Because of him, my poor mother and father are in jail now, and Mr. Butler, I've just got to get them out.
But the papers
I know, but anything my father and mother did, he made them do at the point of that shotgun of his. Will you do me a favor, please? Will you just go to Oklahoma City and see my lawyer for me?
Sure,
You see, I can't go because the police are looking for me. But I want him to get a message to the FBI for me. I want him to tell them that if they'll release my mother and father, I'll tell them where my husband is.
I'll be glad to take your message, Mrs. Hadley. Only...
Only what?
Well, my little girl.
Oh, don't worry about her. I'll keep her here with me. Why, she'll be as safe as my own little girl would be.
Hello, Schuyler speaking. Oh, yes. No, not just yet. I'm trying to reach the bureau in Washington. May I call you back in a few minutes? Fine. Goodbye. Mrs. Hadley's lawyer again.
Pretty anxious for our answer, isn't he?
Yes.
You suppose he seriously thinks we're going to release the mother and father, Schuyler?
I don't know. Here's Sally Hadley.
There's a sweet double-crosser for you. Ready to sell out her own husband.
Well, if he's half as tough as his reputation, I don't blame her.
I wonder if she was crazy enough to come back here to Oklahoma.
She might be. We know she hasn't been to a lawyer's office.
I don't think we can stall him much longer.
We don't have to. He's covered by now, and as soon as we find Sally Hadley's intermediary, we'll find her.
And her sharpshooting husband.
Right. Will you get Mrs. Hadley's lawyer for me, please?
Sally Hadley, waiting in an auto camp outside Oklahoma City for the message from a lawyer, gets frightened. And so Sally Hadley, with a little child as her protection, runs to her husband, who is now in Memphis. Meanwhile, special agents of the FBI located a man in Oklahoma City, a man who was Sally Hadley's intermediary, the man whose 8-year-old child is on her way to a gangster's hideout.
Well, now we've got a little 8-year-old girl to worry about, Schuyler.
Yes. I just hope that Hadley woman is there. Hello. Schuyler. You did? Oh, I see. When? Well, that's that.
What? Where's she going?
I don't know. Well, we'd better send out a call for a woman driving with an 8-year-old girl.
A woman with a red wig.
Right.
She's probably going back to her husband.
That's my guess, too. And they'll probably try to move with the little girl. And... Schuyler speaking. Yes. Got it. Right. Right. That was Memphis.
Oh.
2 days ago, a second-hand car dealer down there brought in a flock of those $20 bills. Then a man who sells wigs brought in another.
I see.
And at 4 o'clock this afternoon, a liquor dealer brought in another.
Well, I guess I'd better phone my wife and tell her I won't be home for dinner again.
Yes, I think we'll be having dinner in Memphis.
At 3:45 one September morning, a little girl sat on the Memphis railroad station. A frightened little girl clutching a ticket that would take her back to her father. But a little girl who remembered that she had had supper in a frame house near the edge of the city, and that she had seen a shotgun in that house. At 5:35 that same morning, agents of the FBI and local officers surrounded the frame house. They were armed with guns to battle against the murderous reputation of a man called Shotgun Hadley. It was just beginning to get light when two of them quietly entered the house. They stood for a moment in a dark room. To the left were two doors, two closed doors leading to two bedrooms, leading to Shotgun Hadley. They opened the first.
Keep quiet.
Who are you?
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, thank God. Listen, he's in there. Get him. He ruined my life.
That was Sally Hadley, the woman who had planned the kidnapping. The woman who later tried unsuccessfully to convince a jury that she was innocent. The woman who cared no more for her husband than she did for his gun. But she had built up a tremendous reputation for him. And now, as the FBI agents moved to the door of his bedroom, they checked their guns. They tried to anticipate the blast of that shotgun. And then, in a quick movement, they rushed the door to Frank Hadley. There was no battle, no fight, no shooting. Frank Hadley, kidnapper, Frank Shotgun Hadley, public enemy number one, stood against the wall, his hands raised high, his knees shaking.
Don't shoot, G-Man. Don't shoot.
That was the beginning of the popular use of the phrase G-men. G-men meaning government men, meaning FBI agents. And that was the first and last time Frank or Sally Hadley tried a kidnapping. No kidnapper in this country has ever tried twice, once the FBI has caught them. Because the FBI is the largest protective force in the world. You see, it doesn't consist only of a director and a Washington headquarters of field officers and special agents. It also consists of you and all those like you. In every case, it's the cooperation of the people which enables the FBI to find the criminal. And that is the way it should be. Because the FBI, like our government, is created by the people, for the people. It is the people.
Have you ever said to yourself, no, I can't possibly buy an extra war bond? And then you find yourself thinking of someone you know in the Army or Navy, your son, and you think, what are your sacrifices compared to his? And so somehow or other you find the money for that extra war bond. Remember the extra satisfaction you felt? Well, that's how members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States feel about the special campaign theirs. All premium dollars received from new Equitable policies written in April will be matched with an equal number of dollars by the Equitable, will be combined total during the 7th War Loan Bond drive in May. Remember, these war bonds will be over purchases, which amounted to the largest single subscription in both the 5th and 6th dollars. For you, your home. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's cast, Sally was played by Leslie Woods and Hadley by Mandel Kramer. The music was under the direction of Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Tonight's file, which will open in just a moment, concerns, as all FBI activities concern, the future of America. Here at the Equitable Life Assurance Society, we also deal in futures. Yours, ours, the country's. The future is our business. And that is why for 86 years our constant endeavor has been and is to keep the Equitable Society up to date, well-informed, active, and progressive. That is why when life insurance problems arise, your Equitable Life Insurance Society representative is a man worth knowing. A man whose business in life is building security through life insurance for you, your home, and your country. Tonight's FBI file, The Castaway Killer.
By far the vast majority of our foreign-born population are good, conscientious American citizens, to whom the ideals of our way of living and the laws which govern it are as sacred as they are to any native-born citizen. But a small minority of our foreign-born are a part of the criminal element of our society. And from time to time, some of these, upon conviction, are ordered deported to their native land. However, as in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, this is not always the end of the story. Shortly after dawn one morning, the fleet of fishing trawlers off the coast of Maine made their last haul. And now, with a full catch, they're preparing to return to their home cove. Captain Brewster, the skipper of the Anna Girl, bellows to his first mate.
Let's be underway, Mr. Walpole.
Aye, sir.
Well, don't stand there glued to those glasses. There's a blow on the way. Personally, I'd like to run in ahead of it.
I think I see something, sir.
Well, now, don't tell me it's a periscope, because the war's over.
I'm not sure what it is, sir. You have a look.
Where is it?
Far out off the starboard bow, bobbing in the water, sir.
Let's see. I don't see any...
But I'm positive, sir, there's something.
Wait a minute. You're right, Mr. Walpole. Lower a boat.
What is it, sir?
It's a man. We'd better get to him.
Aye, sir. Man boat number 1, make ready to lower away.
Now, just take it easy, mister. You're going to be all right. Just take another swallow of this. Okay. Now that's fine.
Who are you?
I'm Captain Brewster, skipper of the Anna Girl. She's a fishing trawler.
Oh.
We picked you up just after dawn this morning.
Where am I now?
You're at my house. I brought you ashore.
Uh-huh.
What happened to you?
Well, close as I could remember, I was on the fourth watch. Had heavy going. I went forward to batten down number 1. Bow took a dive. Well, here I am.
What was your ship? Name on your life belt is too dim to make out.
The Oriole. Cargo. 8,000 tonner out of New York.
What company?
North Star. Why?
Well, I won't send a report.
I'll take care of that.
You'll be in the blankets for 2 or 3 days.
Look, Captain, you like a joke?
Oh, as well as the next one. Why?
I owe the bosun $50, and I'd like to let him worry those 2 or 3 days. Okay?
Sure.
I thought you'd understand, Captain. Thank you, sir.
John.
Oh, come in, Anna.
How is he?
Well, he seems to be coming along fine. I don't think I know your name, mister.
It's Butler. Joe Butler.
Well, this here's my wife, Anna.
I'm pleased to meet you.
How are you?
Think you're up to eating something, Mr. Butler?
Well, I guess maybe I could.
Oh, fine.
Look, I don't want to put you in any trouble.
Nonsense.
Now, Butler, Anna just love to have someone around to fuss over.
Sure.
You're going to be around here for a while, so you just plain make yourself to home.
That same day, in the Boston office of the FBI, Agent in Charge Lanham is reading a radio message as Special Agent Wiley enters.
Wiley,
Yes, sir?
I have a report here you might be interested in.
What's it about?
Nick Corona.
Corona? Why, I thought immigration wished him bon voyage and no happy returns yesterday.
They did, but this radio message just came in a while ago from the ship he was aboard, the Oriole.
Yeah?
Corona went over the side sometime during the night.
What?
When they unlocked his cabin to take him to breakfast, he was gone. Evidently got out through the porthole.
Are they sure he went over the side?
He left a note saying he'd rather take a bath than take that kind of a rap.
So, he chose suicide, huh?
I don't think so.
Huh?
Nick Corona liked to live too well.
Yeah, I know.
I believe he went over the side all right, but I believe he stayed on top of the water, too.
You mean he arranged for somebody to pick him up?
No, Corona wasn't that important.
Well, what else then?
If the ship wasn't too far out, he could have used a life belt and counted on being picked up or washed in.
Yeah, but that's a pretty big chance.
Maybe, and maybe I'm entirely wrong, Wiley. But I'm going to have a lot more proof in this message before I'll believe Nick Corona committed suicide.
What's the next move, then?
Radio the captain of the Oriole and get him to try to establish when Corona went over.
Right.
And have him check with the ship's log and find what her position was at that time.
Come in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I
I have some coffee for you.
Oh, swell.
Yeah, just drink this and tell me what you'd like for breakfast.
Look, I wish you'd quit knocking yourself out over me.
Oh, I'm glad to do it.
You're okay.
How did you sleep, Mr. Butler?
Oh, real good. Real good.
I was afraid I kept you up too late last night, but I just loved hearing you talk.
Oh, look, it's the best thing I do.
All those wonderful places you've been to. Oh, I could have listened all night long.
Oh, now.
No, I mean it. Just to be free. To go wherever you please.
Sounds funny coming from you.
What do you mean?
Well, you're married to a sea captain, ain't you?
I'm married to a fisherman. I've never been further than 100 miles from here in my life. Some more coffee?
No, thanks. Tell me something, will you?
What?
How long you been married?
5 years.
You ever been married before?
No.
He's a lot older than you, ain't he?
Yes. Why did you ask those questions?
I just wanted to know the setup, and now I think I got it.
Well?
You kind of get scared of the calendar, didn't you?
I don't know what you mean.
The boat was sailing, baby. The parade was passing by, so you settled for the guy.
Maybe I did.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
You sold yourself short. You could have done better. Lots better. In fact, sweetheart, you could have...
I know. I'd better see what he wants.
Yep.
What about your breakfast?
That can wait, Mrs. Brewster.
Call me Anna, please.
Okay.
Anna?
I'll be right there, John.
Wiley,
Yes, sir?
here's a radio message from the Oriole.
What's the word?
Looks like I might be right in my hunch about Nick Corona.
Yeah?
The captain questioned the crew, and one of the men on the fourth watch said he saw somebody standing by the starboard deck rail about 2:30 a.m.
Oh?
Didn't give it another thought, though. Just figured it was a passenger who couldn't sleep.
And did they check the life belts in Corona's cabin?
One of them's missing.
What was the Oriole's position at that time?
6710 west, 4340 north. That's only about 25 miles or so off the coast.
Well, what was she doing in that close?
The captain says they were trying to stay out of the gale.
25 miles is still quite a swim.
Well, there are a lot of fishing fleets in those waters now. But even if Corona missed them, there's a good chance he could make it all the way in anyway. Come on, let's get busy.
What's the move?
Alert the whole New England coast and keep our fingers crossed that Corona doesn't slip through.
Anna?
I'm right here, Nick.
Oh, I was wondering what happened to you. You said you were going to come in and see me as soon as the captain left.
I know.
Well, I saw his car pull out of here a half hour ago.
Yes.
I guess you finally got sick of hearing me talk. Huh?
Oh, no.
Well, then what goes?
I was listening to the radio a little while ago.
Yeah?
There was a news broadcast on it. Told about a federal prisoner named Corona who was being deported on the ship the Oriole.
Uh-huh.
When that ship was about 25 miles off our coast night before last, this man, Corona, jumped overboard.
Go on.
Nick, that was you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Well, what are you going to do? Yell for the cops?
No, I know what it's like to be in a jail myself.
Thanks, sweetheart. Did the captain hear this, too?
Not while he was here.
Good.
But I'm afraid he will as soon as he reaches the village.
Well, then, looks like I'd better be getting out of here.
Nick, wait.
Well?
I want to go with you.
Huh?
Take me with you, please.
Now, look, you're letting yourself in for a lot of trouble.
I don't care. I can't stay here any longer.
Well, I guess you know what you're doing.
You will take me.
Yeah. But look, we gotta hurry. Hiya, Captain.
Hello, Mr. Butler.
You been in the village, John?
Yes, Anna.
Well, if you excuse me a minute, I was just telling your missus here. I guess I'll go out and take a little walk.
Just a minute.
Well?
I heard a story up in the village about a man who was being deported. Jumping ship. Not much doubt as to who that man was.
Me, huh?
You're admitting it?
Yes.
Well, before I did anything, I wanted to be sure. I guess you know there's only one thing for me to do, sir.
Call the cops?
That's right.
John, you can't.
Huh?
You can't call the police.
Anna, now you keep out of
He
this.
ain't calling no cops, honey, so get in and start packing.
Now, just a minute. What is this?
I'm pulling out of here.
And I'm going with him, John.
Hannah.
Hurry it up, honey.
Hannah, do you realize what you're doing?
Yes.
This man's a criminal. He's a fugitive from the law. Don't you understand that?
I know all about him.
What's got into
I'll
you?
break this up, will you? We gotta move.
You're not leaving here, either one of you.
Keep away from that phone.
No.
Okay, Pop, you asked for it.
Nick. He ain't breathing.
That's right. Now you can take your time about packing.
The second half of tonight's program, dealing with the eventual downfall of Nick Corona, will open in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me tell you about a man who makes a business of worrying. This week at the Equitable Society, well, I've never known it to fail. Every time I go down to the Equitable Life Assurance Society, something interesting happens to me. Yesterday, as I was passing a group of executives, one of them called, "Come on over here. I've got a man I want you to meet." Well, a big, genial citizen stuck out his hand, and I said, "Gosh, you look so happy you must have had something pleasant just happen to you." Said he, "Happy? Well, I may look happy, but the truth is, I'm a professional worrier. Back in my hometown, I'm known as the town's official worrier for one and all. You see, I'm an Equitable Society life insurance representative, and people have been piling their worries on me for years. People worried about their children's education come to me. Families worried about keeping their home together ask my advice. Men and women worried about taxes, protection for old age, security for the future come to me, and generally, thank goodness, I'm able to say, "Forget your problems, friend. Let me do your worrying for you." That's my job in life. Well, there you have one of the Equitable Society's best assets. A responsible, keen, sympathetic man, trained and able to meet emergencies, and glad to help you solve your problems through life insurance. Multiply this Equitable field man by thousands, and you'll see why the Equitable Society has woven itself into the fabric of everyday life in towns and cities all over the United States. Yes, because Equitable life insurance representatives are professional worriers, proud of their calling, anxious to help, we are able to say that this week and every week for more than 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now back to the FBI file, The Castaway Killer.
Nick Corona's treatment of Captain Brewster proves again that in dealing with criminals, the policy of appeasement does not work. Being kind to a criminal pays no dividends. You merely expose yourself as a potential victim. That is because the basic ingredient of every criminal is greed. Nick Corona had been in trouble with the police before, trouble which led to deportation proceedings. Now, the most recent manifestation of his greed had made him commit another crime. The number one crime, murder. It is an hour or so now after Nick Corona struck down the sea captain in the small fishing village on the Maine coast. In the Boston office of the FBI, Agent in Charge Lanham awaits possible reports after alerting the New England coast.
I'll take it, Wiley. Hello? Yes, all right. Long-distance radio station in Portland.
Radio station?
Wait a minute. Hello? Hello? Yes? What's that? Yes. Yes, I see. Where? I've got it. We'll get on it right away, and thanks for reporting it so promptly. Goodbye.
You got a lead?
Somebody in a little fishing village, Randall's Cove. Yeah, they heard a news broadcast from Portland about Corona and called the station.
Yeah?
They said a Captain Brewster's fishing trawler picked up a man at sea night before last.
Corona?
Well, they weren't sure since they didn't see him. Well, I'll contact the police up there right away and have them investigate.
Good, and I'll be ready to fly out of here if they nail him.
Nick, shall I answer it?
Yeah, go ahead. But whoever it is, get rid of him fast.
All right. Yes?
Good evening, Mrs. Brewster.
Oh, hello, Constable.
The captain at home?
Why, well, no, he's not here now. He might be down to the pier.
Tell you why I'm here. It's about the man they picked up at sea night before last.
Oh. Oh, well, I'm afraid we're all a little too late to do anything about him now, Constable.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, we didn't hear the news broadcast until noon today, telling who the man really was, and, well, he'd already left here.
When did he leave?
Early this morning.
Did he say where he was going?
We didn't ask him any questions. Didn't have any reason to suspect anything then, of course.
No. Oh. Well, I better be getting along back. Got to report this to the FBI.
Yeah. I'm awful sorry he got away, Constable.
Oh, you couldn't help that. Well, good night, Mrs. Brewster.
Good night.
You handle that beautiful, sweetheart.
Oh, I was awful scared.
It's dark enough now. Let's get out of here.
But, Nick.
Yeah?
What are we going to do about John?
Well, we can't take his body with us.
Yes, I know, but...
Look, they won't pay another visit here before we put a lot of miles behind us.
Where are we going?
You leave that to me, Sugar. Let's move.
Maybe this is it. I hope so. Lanham speaking. All right, put him on.
The constable?
Yes. Hello? Hello, Constable. Yes. Yes. She said he'd already gone, huh?
Uh-oh.
You did what? You went back again later? I see. What was that? Yes. Yes. All right, get me the license number and description of the car and call me back as soon as you can, please. Thanks.
What's up?
Captain Brewster's been murdered. His car's gone, so's his wife.
Corona?
Definitely.
Where do you think he'd most likely head for?
Not where he's been recently.
Then I guess all we can do is wait for a description of the car and put out an alarm on it.
Yes. In the meantime, get me out the complete file on Corona.
Right.
Maybe if we do a little research, we might pick up a clue as to where he could be heading for.
You come across anything yet?
No. How about you?
I'm covering his career in 1931. I just got down to the part about his rum running days here.
Yeah?
Maybe I'll come across something in it that...
Wait a minute. Let me see that record, will you?
Sure. Here you are.
I had several encounters with Mr. Corona in those days. Seems to me there was something... Wait a minute. Yeah. Here it is. Wiley.
Yeah?
Slide that map over here. I've got a hunch where Nick Corona might be headed for.
Well, Anna, how you like the scatter?
It's real nice.
I used to use this cabin years ago when I was running liquor from Canada. It's a good hideout.
Nick.
Yeah?
Where do we go next?
Are you kidding? We're going to be holed up here for a long, long time.
Oh, no.
Well, what else?
Well, I thought we'd, travel.
Look, sweetheart, I'm what is known in the trade as a very hot character. Right now, I'm wanted for everything up to murder. So we better just sit it out.
Oh, but that isn't how I planned it. All those places you've been to, we should see them together.
I didn't write any contract on that.
Oh, I know, but...
forget it, will you? I've been driving all night. I'm tired.
Please, I've got to talk about this.
What is there to talk about? You asked me to take you away from that fishing village.
I know.
So I did more than that. I got rid of that guy of yours for you, too.
I didn't ask for that. Not the way you did it.
Oh. Trying to cop a plea now, huh? Trying to hang the whole thing on me.
That's not true.
Then let's drop it.
Nick, if you really loved me...
Love? Did you say love?
Yes.
Well, that's a brand new entry. Where did that come from?
What do you mean?
I think I better straighten you out, baby. This ain't no love deal. You're strictly a convenience.
What?
You're a real good cover. Having a legit like you along made it possible for us to get here.
That's the only reason?
That's the only reason. Oh, no, not that.
What a fool I've been.
Stop it, will you?
I'm getting out of here.
Now, wait a minute.
Please, let me go.
Not a chance, sweetheart. Do you think I'm going to let you blow a whistle?
Take your hands off me. Turn me loose.
Out.
Let her go, Corona.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh, yeah? Well, you ain't going to take me now, are you?
We are taking you, Corona. Now get up. Come along.
Nick Corona's desire to remain in this country was fulfilled by a federal jury who tried and convicted him for the murder of Captain Brewster. He died in the electric chair. As we stated before, the vast majority of our foreign-born population are good, conscientious American citizens, to whom the ideals of our way of living and the laws governing it are as sacred as they are to any native-born citizens. But there are Nick Coronas among our criminal element, too. And it is the duty of your FBI to pursue them as relentlessly as any other criminal who conspires against the laws of the land.
Before telling you about next week's thrilling case from the files of the FBI, a message from the Equitable Society. To the FBI, America looks for national security. And to the Equitable Society, 3.25 million Americans look for the financial security of life insurance. These 3.25 million people actually comprise the Equitable Society. And as members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, they know that the Equitable Society representative in their community is a man worth knowing, a man constantly working for the security of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Skyway Swindles.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Skyway Swindles, on This is Your FBI.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. The Equitable Life Assurance Society is a great mutual institution organized to serve America. Therefore, one of the Equitable Society's major objectives is to make all possible contributions to the welfare and stability of American business, on which so many of the Equitable Society's nearly 4 million members depend. Tonight's middle commercial is addressed to people who personally own some part of the business enterprise in which they are employed. For such owners, this commercial, due in about 14 minutes, will have information from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Two Wise Men.
In the past 6 months, there have been almost 380,000 fingerprint arrest records added to the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. An addition which brings the number of such fingerprint records to the staggering total of 7.5 million. That figure, 7.5 million, can be said quickly, can be rolled off the tongue and forgotten just as quickly. But your FBI asks you to stop for a moment and to realize what that figure represents. These cards represent 7.5 million people who have been arrested in the United States. Since we have slightly more than 140 million people in the country, it means that 1 out of every 18 among us has an arrest record. Your FBI implores you to do everything that you can to help fight the crime wave, lest the next survey show that the figure has risen beyond its present high record, and we find ourselves literally engulfed in every type of crime, from larceny to murder. Tonight's file opens in a small Midwestern town. It is early morning. 2 men, one old, one young, are hard at work digging a hole with pick and shovel.
What's the matter, Billy boy?
Hey, this is kind of rugged.
For a young fella like you? Why, your Uncle Andy and me do this kind of work all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, boy, get to digging.
I wish Uncle
Andy was here now.
What?
I said I wish Uncle Andy was here now instead of me.
Once we agree, son, so do I. You know, he'd be here, too, if his back wasn't all twisted up with rheumatism.
Hey, tell me something, will you?
What's that?
Why do you old guys always do everything the hard way?
What do you mean?
Well, why can't you use one of them drills on this hole? You could do the whole job 10 times quicker.
Billy, you think me and your uncle are pretty old-fashioned, don't you?
Yeah.
I thought so. Well, let me tell you something, son. There's a lot you could learn from our old-fashioned ways.
Huh. Like what, for instance?
Like what we're doing right now.
Oh?
There's plenty of quick ways to do this same job, I'll grant you that. But once we're inside this bank, we can blow the vault and take the money without anybody ever knowing we're doing it.
The next day, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor picks up Agent Carl Perry in front of the railroad station.
Yo, Carl. Oh, Carl, over here.
Oh, hello, Jim.
Hi. Come on, hop in.
Oh, thanks.
Good.
Good to see you. Well, I must say this is service, being met at the station.
Look, I didn't come down here to drive you back to the office. I just wanted to save us some time.
Why, what's the rush?
We've been assigned to work together on a case that just came in.
Oh, good. What's it all about?
Well, there was a bank burglary in Centerville early this morning. 2 men got into the bank by tunneling under the back of the building.
Any leads?
Well, we get more than leads, Carl. We know who did it.
Already? How?
Well, the robbers parked their car a block away from the bank, in front of a home occupied by some people named Duncan.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Duncan looked out the window and copied down the number on the license plate so he could make a complaint about it.
And his complaint turned out to be an asset.
That's right.
Oh, good boy.
Car was found abandoned this morning at a tourist cabin out on Route 81. We got some fingerprints out of it. Turned out to belong to a man named Roy Lyons.
I don't think I know that name.
Oh, there's no reason why you should, Carl. From his record, he's been a petty larceny thief for about 45 years.
Well, how old is he?
63. He was working with a boy of 19.
How do you know that?
Well, we found a jacket inside the bank that had an eyeglass case in one of the pockets. Case was initialed WOC.
Oh, lights changed, Jim.
Oh, yeah. Well, we went through Roy Lyons' arrest record. Found out he was picked up a year ago with a boy named William O. Caldwell.
Oh, that certainly ties in.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's safe to assume it's the same boy. We'll know in a little while, though, for sure.
Why?
Well, we're headed for the tourist camp where the robber's car was found abandoned.
Oh?
I've got pictures of Lyons and Caldwell in my pocket. Carl, if they make positive identification at the tourist camp, we can start our search from there.
Andy?
Yes, Roy?
Care for a little more cocoa?
Oh, not right now, thanks. Oh, my back.
Rheumatism's really acting up, huh?
Yes, I wish my nephew'd get back with that mustard plaster. You all done counting the money?
Uh-huh.
How much?
$1,237.50.
Not a bad night's work.
Too bad you couldn't have been with us.
Well, I wasn't exactly idle.
What do you mean, Andy?
I wrote some letters.
What kind of letters?
Do you remember that sucker list I had in the trunk?
Which one?
Men over 60.
Oh, sure. That's the one we never knew how to use.
I figured a way to put it to work.
Well, good boy, Andy. How'd you do it?
Well, we've been accumulating a lot of coins along with the paper money. It's tough for us to get rid of it.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I sent out the letters. We're starting a club.
What kind of a club?
One of them old age clubs.
Oh.
I'll be president.
Good.
You be treasurer.
Fine. What's the aims of the club?
We're charging $1 to join and $25 a week dues. That way, nobody will be suspicious if we get a couple of $100 in silver.
Well, that's a real idea, Andy.
Well, I'm glad to... Oh, darn that back.
Can I get you something?
Oh, no. Oh, where's Billy with the plaster? I told him to hurry.
Andy, I'm afraid that boy does just as he pleases.
How was he on the job last night?
Kind of fresh. I don't like to say this, Andy, but he's getting a little too big for his britches.
How do you mean?
He's been flashing money around, being a big shot. That could get us in trouble.
It sure could. Oh, I'll have a talk with the boy as soon as he gets here. Let me have some of that cocoa.
Carl, I wish something would come in on that alarm on the old man and the boy.
If they remained in the immediate neighborhood, I think they'd have been spotted by now.
Yeah, I'm afraid they've gotten to wherever they were going, though. If these alarms don't produce results in the first 5 hours, they usually don't produce at all.
Jim, if we could only get some kind of a lead that would tell us which way they headed when they left the tourist cabin.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to have to let this one go for a little while.
You mean just quit on it?
No, not exactly. While you were calling police headquarters, I went in to talk to the SAC.
About what?
About attacking this problem from an entirely new angle.
What's that?
Well, there was a bank burglary about 10 days ago over at Midland Falls. The same method of entering the bank was used in both cases.
I didn't know that.
Well, the bank at Midland Falls was not covered by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. That's why we haven't been in on it up to now.
Oh, I see.
I think the same pair probably robbed both banks.
That's a safe speculation, Jim.
Well, the SAC has given us permission to work on the Midland Falls burglary because, well, solving that one would automatically solve the other case for us, too.
Well, what do we do first, Jim?
Well, Midland Falls is only about 65 miles from here. Let's drive up there first thing in the morning.
How does your back feel now, Andy?
Still miserable, Roy.
Oh. I was thinking we might go back to work tomorrow night. I got a bank all picked out for us.
Where?
Well, coming home from Centerville the other night, we went through a little place called Bowling Green. They've got the prettiest little bank there you ever saw.
I remember Bowling Green. Got arrested there once. Did you stop and look the bank over?
No need, sir. There's a vacant lot next door.
Fine.
Think that pipe's out, Andy.
Well, hand me the tobacco, will you?
Yeah, sure. Here.
Hi.
Where have you been?
Out.
Thought you went to get your poor uncle a back plaster.
I forgot.
Billy, you've been forgetting too many things here lately. Mostly your manners.
Look, I don't want to hear any long-winded lectures. I'm fed up with those routines.
Is that a fact?
Yes. And I came home here specially to tell you that.
They must be spiking the grape juice down at the pool.
Very funny.
You're talking mighty big, son.
It's time I did. I've been kicked around by you two just long enough.
What do you mean, kicked around?
I've been doing 50% of the work. For 50% of the work, I want 50% of the money.
Look, son, we brought you into this combination strictly as an apprentice.
That is right. And we tried to teach you all we know.
What do you think I could learn from old-fashioned jokers like you? You're 50 years behind the times, both of you.
Then why do you work for us?
I'm not after tonight. But before I pull out, there's one thing we got to get straight.
What's that?
The payoff from last night. I want half.
You may want half, son, but you ain't getting it.
I got a gun here that says I am.
Well...
Now, where'd you put the money?
Put that gun away, son. It might go off and scare all of
us.
us.
Look, I'm on the level about this.
Roy, I believe he is.
Now, get me that money.
You better do as he says, Roy.
Very well.
Oh, good work, Roy.
Get his gun.
Right.
Oh, well, what happened?
Pulled the rug out from under you, that's all. That's one of them old-fashioned things you was complaining about. Come on, Andy. Let's tie him up.
We will return to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI in just a minute. Now, a brief case from the official files of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, showing how equitable business insurance helps stabilize our American economic system. Names used are fictitious. but the case is an actual one. We are in the office of Mr. Edward Bradshaw, president of a successful metal parts business in New England.
Harry Summers, our executive vice president, takes complete charge of personnel, purchasing, and manufacturing. George Gibbon is our sales manager. He knows all our customers. He brings in the business.
Sound like two pretty valuable men to me.
Yes, they certainly are. If we lost either one, it would take months to replace him. And that's what used to keep me lying awake at night, trying to figure out what I'd do if either one of them should die.
Well, you don't look like a worried man to me now, Mr. Bradshaw.
I'm not. I got the answer from an Equitable Society business insurance specialist. His suggestion was $50,000 worth of insurance on the lives of each of these two key men, payable to the company.
That would tide you over the period while you're looking around for a replacement.
Right. And it would help pay for the replacement when we found him. I look on this life insurance on our key men as a safeguard for the security of every man and woman who works for us. No question about it, that Equitable Society business insurance specialist certainly took a load off my mind.
Right, Mr. Bradshaw. And now let me extend an invitation from the Equitable Society to the businessmen in this radio audience. An Equitable Society business insurance specialist will be glad to sit down with you and your associates. He's fully qualified by experience and training to work out a plan that's sound in every detail and tailor-made for your business. Have your secretary call the nearest Equitable office and ask for the manager, or dictate a brief note to the home office of the Equitable Society in New York City.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Two Wise Men.
The attitude of the young man in tonight's case from the files of your FBI is too widespread to require any explanation. It is almost one of the prerequisites of youth that they think they know how to do things better than those who are older. And, as you have seen, that attitude is as true among criminals as among law-abiding citizens. The young man you have met, unfortunately, is representative of the dominant age group among those who have been arrested since the first of this year. According to the FBI survey mentioned earlier in this program, the highest frequency of arrests occurred in the 21, 22, 23, and 19-year-old groups in that order. The age group 50 and over, represented tonight by the two old men, was not far behind in this newest survey. Between them, those age groups combined to produce a total of approximately one-third of all recorded arrests. Many of the youngsters, those in the 19 to 23 bracket, are yesterday's juvenile delinquents. The boys of that age group are still young enough to be saved. Indeed, they must be saved. For if society should fail them entirely, they will soon cease to be yesterday's juvenile delinquents. Instead, they will be tomorrow's hardened criminals. Tonight's file continues late the next afternoon in a room at police headquarters in Midland Falls.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Carl.
I just got back here, Jim.
Oh, how'd you make out?
Well, after I left you, I went to the bank.
Uh-huh.
They couldn't give us much information which we didn't already have. But I did get this nail puller.
No? From whom?
From Mr. Crawford at the bank. It was left in the vaults the night of the burglary.
Let me take a look at that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Name stamped on it. It's pretty well rubbed out, though.
I put it under black light and read it. It says E.G. Bentley and Company, Lumber.
Well, that's a local company. Did you call them?
Yes, but they haven't given away any of these nail pullers for over 10 years.
Well, that takes care of the possibility of tracing it directly, then.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it'll fit in later on.
How did you make out?
Well, the local police and I interviewed every person in Midland Falls.
Well, no wonder you've been gone all day.
Yeah. After comparing notes, I found that the car used in the burglary here was a stolen 1946 black Buick convertible.
Mm-hmm.
Checking on the license number, I learned the car was stolen from a private garage at Newton Center on September 19th.
Well, that was 10 days before the bank here was burglarized.
That's right.
Oh, any prints found in the car?
Yes. Prints identified as those of Lyons and of Corwell.
That figured.
In examining the car after it had been abandoned, a large jack, the kind they use on tractors, was found in it.
Was the car stolen from a farmer, Jim?
No. No, that's why I think they probably stole the jack somewhere else. Carl, hand me that map over there, will you?
Sure. Here you are.
Let's spread it out there. Hold that down there, huh?
You bet.
Now, here, Carl. If you were to take this territory in here, on the east and the south of Midland Falls, I'd take the west and the north. We could interview every farmer around here and see if we can find out where that jack came from.
Okay.
When we're finished, let's meet back here.
You know something, Roy?
What?
Maybe we should have stayed home and answered our mail. We'd have made more money that way.
On the old age club, you mean?
Yeah. The letters are flocking in.
Why did you dangle at those fellas to make it sound so good?
I told them we'd ask the government for $1 a week for every year they've been alive.
That means I'd get $63 a week.
That's right.
If I was sure of getting that, I wouldn't be driving to Bowling Green in the dead of night to rob a bank.
That is a good point.
Andy.
What?
Have you made up your mind yet about what you're going to do with young Billy?
No.
It ain't going to be practical to keep him tied up in the bedroom too long.
I know. What would you do if you was me?
That's easy. I'd kill him.
Carl, I came up lucky. I found the farm where the jack was stolen from.
Oh, good.
He said that an old man and a young boy in a 1946 black Buick convertible stopped at his farm on September 29th.
Well, wasn't that the day of the burglary here?
That's right. He said they came to his farm and wanted to borrow a jack so they could change a tire.
Was he sure that it was Lyons and Caldwell?
Yes, he positively identified both pictures. Oh, they also stole that nail puller from his tool chest.
Well, we've certainly got enough evidence now.
Yeah, but that hasn't stopped them. They committed another burglary last night on a federally insured bank.
What?
Yeah, they employed their same modus operandi on a bank in Bowling Green.
Well, they didn't waste much time.
Yeah, I know. That's one of the reasons we'd better catch them in a hurry. Carl, let's see where we stand, huh? Take a look at the map.
Okay.
Now, over here, approximately 55 miles from Midland Falls, is Newton Center.
That's right.
The car that was used to burglarize the bank in Midland Falls on September 29th was stolen from Newton Center 10 days earlier on September 19th. Now, this farm where the jack and the nail puller was stolen is here. That's about 6 miles due west of Midland Falls. Now, that means two things, Carl. First, Lyons and Caldwell came into Midland Falls from the west. They were at this farm on the day of the big burglary. How? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, from Newton Center to this farm is approximately 49 miles.
That's right.
Now, if they were fleeing from Newton Center after stealing the car, they certainly would have covered more distance than 49 miles in 10 days.
I'll buy that.
Well, then, Carl, I think we can assume that during the period between the stealing of the car and the burglarizing of the Midland Falls Bank, they live somewhere in between.
Oh, Jim, it'll be a big job checking every house in that 50-mile stretch.
Yeah, I know that, Carl, but if they stopped at the farm to fix a flat, they might very well have had some other trouble with that tire.
Maybe.
I think what we ought to do now is start checking every gas station between that farm and Newton Center. No luck here, Carl.
We've covered 25 miles already.
Yeah, I know that.
They couldn't have had too much trouble with that tire. Any chance they used another road, Jim?
There is no other road between Newton Center and Midland Falls. So let's go, Carl. We got to keep trying. No luck here either.
Only 9 more miles to Newton Center, Jim.
Yeah, maybe we're betting on a dead horse. Doesn't even look like they stopped at any of these places for gas, let alone tire repair.
Well, Jim, there can't be too many more gas stations.
We only need one, Carl. Let's go. Carl, we hit the jackpot.
You mean they were in here?
Yes, on September 26th.
Well, that's a week after the car was stolen.
That's right. The attendant said they lived somewhere in this immediate neighborhood. I think there's a way to find their exact address. Come on. Let's drive into the nearest town before the stores close.
Who's that?
It's me, Andy.
Oh, where have you been?
Just took a little walk. Thought I'd leave you alone so you could make up your mind.
About what?
Your nephew.
Oh, that was real thoughtful of you, Roy.
Well, after all, the boy is your flesh and blood. I knew it'd be hard for you to decide. You made up your mind yet?
Uh-huh.
What did you decide?
Don't see any way out but to kill him.
Oh. But, Andy, I don't want you to do it.
Huh?
You're too old to start killing anyone now.
Oh, I'm not going to. I call that young feller Green. He does that type of work, you know.
I've heard he's a nice, polite young fella.
Yes, I like throwing a boy like that whatever work I can. This'll be good experience for him, too.
When did he say he'd be able to take care of it?
We promised he'd be over later this evening.
Oh, fine.
Did you mail those letters while you were out?
Uh-huh. And I picked up this batch from the box.
My goodness. Club is certainly growing. We're getting a lot of money from this.
I know, but that's not our money. It belongs to the members. It wouldn't be very honest of us to touch it.
Oh, I guess that's the young man who's going to take care of my nephew.
Well, I'll go let him in.
Thanks, Roy.
Are you Mr. Green?
No, I'm Mr. Taylor. Your name is Roy Lyons.
That's right. How did you know?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh.
We've got warrants here for the arrest of you and William O. Caldwell. Carl.
Yeah?
See if Caldwell is any place in the apartment.
Right, Jim.
Mr. Green, bring a friend to help him, Roy?
No, Andy. These men are from the FBI.
Oh? Looking for Billy?
I'm looking for all of you. Now come along with me.
Andy Spencer received a 50-year sentence for bank burglary, and Roy Lyons and Bill Caldwell received 25 years each. Once the two special agents of your FBI were able to determine in what vicinity the trio of bank burglars resided, they were able to use an earlier clue, the eyeglass case bearing the initials WOC. The optician in that particular neighborhood identified the eyeglass case as having been delivered to William O. Caldwell, and he supplied young Caldwell's address. Caldwell's subsequent confession closed the files on all three bank burglaries. And thus your FBI was able to prevent the further looting of banks in which you have your money deposited by this calculating trio. Tonight's case illustrates to what length the special agents of your FBI will go in protecting your property. For in this investigation, in a period of 72 hours, they interviewed not only every resident of Midland Falls, and that included every man, woman, and child, but also every farmer in the territory for 6 miles around Midland Falls, and then every gas station attendant along a main highway for a distance of 55 miles. That is hard work, but the special agents of your FBI have been trained to realize that the only way to investigate a crime is to do it thoroughly. And in almost every case, that means hard work, more hard work, and still more, until the criminal is caught.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, one last word about business insurance. The reason why the Equitable Society emphasizes this type of insurance is very simple. The brains and experience responsible for the success of a business enterprise have a cash value and should therefore be protected by insurance like any other valuable asset. Equitable Society representatives have worked out plans for all types of business, from progressive corner stores and successful law partnerships to large organizations with thousands on their payrolls. Plan now to enlist the invaluable help that is yours for the asking from a trained business insurance specialist of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The story exposing the clever hoax perpetrated by a trio of expert con men. Its subject, fraud. Its title, The Gridiron Swindle.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Gridiron Swindle, on This Is Your FBI. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. When you opened the mailbox this morning, did you receive a postcard from a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society? This postcard I'm talking about was mailed to thousands of people by Equitable Society representatives yesterday, inviting everyone to listen to a brief but very important message in tonight's middle commercial. It will give you interesting details about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan, a practical, workable plan for people who want to be independent after they reach the age of 60. I'll be back in approximately 14 minutes to give you full information on this special plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Merchant of Death.
From time to time, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has reported the latest figures on the current crime wave to you through the medium of this, their official program. Now it is time to report on one facet of the latest survey, one fact which stands out like a beacon above all others. There is a person murdered in the United States every 40 minutes, day and night, throughout the year. These are shocking figures. But even if they fail to impress you in any way, your FBI asks you not to ignore their potential danger. The killing of that many people, more people than died in many of the big battles of World War II, is something that requires every citizen's attention, if only out of the selfish motive of self-preservation. The victims in some portion of the more than 13,000 murders which took place last year were criminals who happened to be killed by other criminals. Their loss to the community was negligible in most cases, and a boon in a few others. But the great majority of victims were decent, law-abiding people who merely happened by accident of fate to cross the path of a murderer, and who, because of that accident, were killed. Tonight's file opens in the attractively furnished private office of John Williams, a real estate broker in a large eastern city. A visitor, one Mr. Homer Cooper, has just been shown in.
Well, have a chair, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Think nothing of it. I'm a patient man, Mr. Williams.
Well, that's good. Now, what particular kind of property were you interested in seeing?
Oh, I'm afraid there's been some mistake. I didn't come here to talk to you about real estate.
Oh?
When I told your secretary this was a business matter, I meant my business.
Oh, I see. Well, what is your business?
That's a difficult question to answer, Mr. Williams. You You might say I was kind of commission broker.
Commission broker?
Yes. I handle all types of unusual services. For instance, if you wanted to get a passport and you found you couldn't get it legitimately, then you might come to me. You understand?
Yes. Yes, I think I do. And I don't know what brought you here, Mr. Cooper, but I haven't any need for your services.
Let me finish. I came to see you about a commission I've just received. It concerns you.
How?
Someone has requested that I use my offices to have you killed.
Mr. Cooper, I don't like practical jokes.
Oh, I assure you I've never been more serious. This party came to me and said he'd pay me $2,000 if I'd hire someone to murder you. Oh, and incidentally, my client says no guns. This is supposed to look like a hit-and-run accident.
Mr. Cooper, if all this is true, and understand I'm not saying I believe a word of it, why are you telling me?
This is my business, Mr. Williams. You see, I thought it might be worth more than $2,000 to a man like you to stay alive.
Oh, well, now I get it. A very clever racket.
Oh, this is not a racket, Mr. Williams. Please believe me. Everything I told you is true.
But why...
Now, look, sir. You don't have to make any hasty decisions. We have time. Why don't you just think this whole matter over, and when you come to a decision, let me know.
And if I don't?
Then, sir, much as I regret it, I will be forced to go ahead with the original plans.
You mean...
Here is my card, Mr. Williams. You'll find my business address and telephone number on it. The price for your remaining alive, sir, is $5,000. For that sum, I'll reveal the name of the client who wishes you killed. If you wish to pay it, just come up to my office with the cash.
Otherwise?
Well, then, sir, I'll always remember you as the man who wouldn't pay $5,000 for staying alive.
John.
Yes, Anne?
What's the matter, darling?
Oh, nothing.
Tossed and turned ever since we went to bed.
Yes, I just can't fall asleep.
Something's bothering you. Come on, John, what is it?
Well, a man came to see me today. A man named Cooper.
And?
He told me he'd been hired to get someone to kill me.
John, I don't believe it.
I didn't at first.
Why, the whole thing is preposterous.
I know. It's so preposterous, Anne, that, well, I just can't help thinking it might be true.
Oh, darling.
I can't help thinking that, Anne.
Who would want to kill you?
I don't know. But this Cooper said he'd reveal the name of the man for $5,000.
John, he's just trying to get money out of you.
I accused him of that, but he swore that his facts were true.
I don't believe him.
But, Anne...
John, look, darling, try to get some sleep now. We'll discuss it again tomorrow.
Well, all right. I just hope tomorrow isn't too late.
Rhythm, please. The rhythm, please. Mr. Harper, the samba's the rhythm dance.
Ralph.
Oh, hello, Ann.
Can I see you a minute?
Oh, surely. Pardon me. You just go on without me. I'll be right back. What is it, Ann?
Let's go to your office.
Well, I can't just walk out on the class.
Ralph, this is important.
All right. Come on. I'll be back. Now, Ann, what is it?
John knows about Cooper.
What?
Cooper went to see him at his office. Said that for $5,000, he'd agree to tell him who hired him.
Boy, that dirty chiseler.
Ralph, just how much did you tell Cooper?
About what?
About us.
Absolutely nothing.
Why didn't Cooper come to you if he wanted more money?
I don't know. Let's offer him $6,000.
Go to John and ask for 8.
Oh, that's true.
I've racked my brain. I can't think of anything.
Does John want to pay him?
Wants to go to the police.
Well, that's just as bad.
I convinced him to sleep on it another night. What'll we do, Ralph?
You go on home, darling. I'll think of something.
The next morning, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Paul Mason.
Hello, Paul.
Hi, Jim. There's a switch in signals.
No?
I don't have to go to court.
Fine. As soon as you finish your report on that case, then we can go to work on this new one.
How much have we got so far?
Well, the body of a rather well-dressed middle-aged man was found on a government reservation where it now appears that he was murdered.
Who was he?
We don't know that yet. We're checking on the labels in his clothes. I don't think we'll have much trouble learning his identity.
Any word in the report on how he was killed?
Well, he was sapped with some heavy weapon on the back of the head and his body left on the highway.
That wouldn't seem to be a very good place to conceal a body.
Well, apparently this was supposed to look like a hit-and-run accident.
Oh.
There were skid marks on the road and the body was very carefully placed right beside them.
Do we know for sure that it wasn't a hit-and-run accident?
Well, the victim's clothes didn't have a spot on them, Paul. If he'd been struck by a car that was going fast enough to leave skid marks, he'd have ripped something when he hit the pavement.
Yeah, I guess he would have.
Besides which, there was no identity in his pockets. Oh, I'm going out now to check on some of the labels that were found on the dead man's clothes.
Right, Jim.
As soon as we find out who he was, we'll go into action.
Anne,
Darling, I thought you went to the office.
well, I stopped off to see that Mr. Cooper.
Why?
I decided to pay him and find out what he knew.
What did he say?
He wasn't there. He's been murdered.
What?
He was murdered last night.
How do you know?
Well, there was a man from the FBI at his office. He told me all about it. He questioned me for quite a while about who Mr. Cooper was, how I met him, what I was doing at his office, or a lot of things.
But what did you tell him?
Well, I lied. I told him I'd received a telephone call from Mr. Cooper yesterday to come and see him about a real estate transaction. I told him I'd never seen Mr. Cooper, that I didn't know anything about him.
Did he believe you?
I don't know.
What else went on?
Nothing, except they're searching for the killer.
They know who it is?
He didn't say.
Oh.
And I've decided to go back to see him.
The FBI man?
Yes.
What for?
I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to him. I'm going to tell him what I know.
John, that wouldn't serve any purpose.
But I want to...
This is a murder case. The tabloids will be filled with every detail. Do you want to be mixed up in that?
But I must do something.
Darling, go inside and lie down. Think the whole thing out very carefully. And I'm sure you'll decide then that the best thing to do is forget the whole thing.
Hold it, hold it. Will someone please take that record off? Thank you. I'm afraid you're just not watching me. Now, look. 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Now, that's simple, isn't it? All right, start the record again.
Ralph, I've got to see you.
Oh,
Can you excuse yourself?
yeah. Pardon me, I'll be right back. Come on.
This is really serious.
Let's wait until we get into the office, huh? Go ahead.
Thanks.
What is it?
John just came home. He's been to Cooper's office.
So?
There was an FBI man there. He told John that Cooper was murdered.
Oh.
Ralph, did you kill him?
Yes.
How did it happen?
Well, I called him yesterday morning after you left here and asked him if he'd take a ride with me.
Yes.
He agreed, and we went out to the country. I started to question him about the double cross.
What'd he say?
Well, he got mad and threw a punch at me. There was a tire wrench on the floor of your car, and I picked it up and hit him with it.
My car? You used my car?
Yes.
Oh, Ralph.
Well, it's back in your garage now. Nobody knows I took it.
We have no assurance of that.
Anne, look, how much did John tell you about what went on between him and the man from the FBI?
Why?
Well, do you know whether or not the FBI man asked John if he knew Cooper?
Yes, he did.
What'd he say?
said he never met him.
That's fine.
Why?
All you have to do is tell one small lie.
What are you talking about?
If the police should learn from some anonymous source that John was driving your car last night, they'll question you.
And you want me to say he was?
You say he was out all night.
What good does that do?
Darling, it hangs Mr. Cooper's murder right around John's neck.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, here's an invitation to all members of this audience. An invitation to join a group of American citizens who have taken advantage of the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. If you've ever been worried by the thought, what's going to become of me when I'm 60 years old, this plan is the answer. It provides for financial independence when it's time for you to retire. It enables you to be your own boss, to live as you like and where you like.
I retired to the little old town where I was born and raised. Believe me, my wife and I have a mighty good life now.
I'll bet you do.
Mr. Keating, our food bills amount to practically nothing. Eggs from our own chickens, fruit from our own little orchard, and believe me, I have one of the best vegetable gardens in town.
Whenever I hear a man talk like that, I say to myself, why doesn't everybody in America have an Equitable Independent 60s plan?
They make the same mistake I made for years. They think an Independent 60s plan is a proposition only a rich man can afford.
How did you find out different?
From my Equitable Society representative. He showed me that I was already halfway towards Independent 60s, thanks to Social Security and the life insurance I already owned.
That's a fact. In many cases, only a small amount of additional insurance is required to enable a man to look forward with complete confidence to Independent 60s.
A few extra dollars a week did it for me.
So why not see your Equitable representative without delay? Phone him soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Merchant of Death.
The Roman Empire, which existed from the year 27 B.C., when it was established by Augustus Caesar, until the year 395 A.D., was the home of a civilization which reached heights the world had never before known. It contributed military leaders, artists, and statesmen to the pages of history, men who will be remembered as long as people study the lives of those who went before them. We know a great deal about these people who flourished almost 2,000 years ago. We know how they dressed, and how they spoke, and what the common axioms of their language were. We know, too, that even then, the criminal among them was a cause of concern, and that through the years he has not changed his habits very much. That can be said because one of the axioms that has come down to us through the corridors of time from those ancient Romans is as true today as it was then. A proverb which applies to tonight's case from the files of your FBI and which said, "Who is content with one crime only?" The answer is that no criminal is content with a single misdeed, not even when, as in the case portrayed this evening, that crime is murder. Tonight's file continues later the same day. Special Agent Taylor is just signing out at the FBI field office as Agent Paul Mason enters.
Jim, you going out on that murder case?
Yeah, Paul. We found out who the dead man was.
Oh, who?
A man named Homer Cooper. He was first arrested about 25 years ago. After I learned his identity, I went over to his office in the Bulletin Building.
Any leads there?
Oh, a lot of correspondence. I haven't read it yet. And there's an old dictograph machine in the inner office, but no records anyplace to be found.
Have we got Cooper's home address?
Not yet, but we may not need it, Paul. While I was searching Cooper's office, a man named John Williams came in looking for him. He seemed to be legitimate. I questioned him for a while.
He said he'd never seen Cooper, so I let him go.
Uh-huh.
But then I checked at Williams' office just to make sure. His secretary said that Cooper was in there 2 days ago and spent quite some time closeted with her boss.
I wonder why he lied.
I think I have the answer. We got an anonymous phone call a few minutes ago. The person who called said that he didn't want to become involved in the case. But he said if we checked closely enough, we would find that John Williams was being blackmailed by Cooper.
That'd certainly give him a motive.
Yeah. Well, I'm going out now and pick up John Williams for questioning.
Just a minute. Hello, Ann.
I've got some good news. The FBI picked John up for questioning.
I knew they would.
How?
I told them about him.
What?
Yeah. I called them and said that Cooper was blackmailing John.
Oh.
I didn't give my name, of course. How about a drink?
Yes.
Scotch?
Mm-hmm. They took my car.
Yeah, I figured they would.
Why?
Well, I told them I saw John riding in your car with Cooper last night.
Oh.
Here you are, darling. Let's drink a toast to John. May he stay in jail, and may we stay out.
Paul, this Cooper case is really breaking open.
What happened?
The lab just got finished examining Williams's car.
Oh, what's the dope?
The tires matched the tracks that were found at the spot on the highway where Cooper's body was discovered. There are stains on the upholstery that turn out to be human blood, Cooper's type.
I'd say we had just about enough, Jim. What's William's story?
He says he was home all last night.
Well, that ought to be easy enough to check.
Well, I've got the switchboard trying to locate Mrs. Williams now. They tried her at home, but she was out. Oh, by the way, those dictograph records of Cooper's were found in a safe deposit box. They're being sent up here now.
Good.
We ought to... No, I'll get it, Paul. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, Mrs. Williams. Yes, I just wanted to ask you one question, if you don't mind. Mrs. Williams, where was your husband last night? I see. You're sure now? Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Williams. Goodbye.
What'd she say?
She really hung it on him, Paul. Said she's sure that her husband wasn't home all night.
Well, that just about does it.
I'm not so sure. Something happened during that phone call that makes me think Williams might not be guilty.
All right, sir. We may consider the deal to be closed.
Good. And as soon as the job's done, you'll get your money.
Sorry you've had to listen to all these records by yourself, Jim. Did you find anything?
Yeah.
What?
This record on the machine now exonerates Williams.
How?
It's a conversation between Cooper and someone else, and Cooper is being hired to get someone to kill Williams.
Then your theory about Williams' innocence was right.
Yeah, but it was more than a theory, Paul. While I was talking with his wife, I heard a very unusual set of chimes start ringing.
So?
So I heard the same set of chimes a couple of hours earlier.
Where?
They were in the background when that anonymous phone call came in telling us that Cooper was blackmailing Williams.
Oh.
Switchboard is trying to locate the address that goes with the number where they found Mrs. Williams now.
I see. Now, about this record, Jim, can you recognize the other voice?
No, I can't. Quality just isn't good enough. This is pretty obsolete equipment Cooper was using.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, let's listen to it again. Paul, see if you can catch anything. I've done this so many times now I'm kind of numb.
I'll try.
Okay, I'll start it here in the middle. The first half isn't very much.
Oh, one other thing, Mr. Cooper.
Yes? What's that?
It must look as if Williams died in a hit-and-run accident.
I understand your position perfectly. You may rely implicitly on my discretion.
Now, I don't want this job too messy in any way, you understand?
I understand. Pardon me, I just can't help yawning. It's getting to be past my bedtime. Well, if you'll call me again, say day after tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to meet the young man I have in mind for the job. He's a nice youngster, and he's got just the right temperament for the assignment.
Paul, that's it. Oh, how did I miss it all those other times?
Miss what, Jim?
He said it was getting to be past his bedtime. Come on, let's check on something.
In your living room. I've just been admiring your taste.
Ralph,
These drapes
you've
are
got to
beautiful.
get out of here.
What for?
John's coming up the walk.
But he's in jail.
Only managed to get out somehow. Please, darling, you've got to go.
I'm afraid it's too late.
What'll we do?
Let me handle this.
Anne.
Tell him you're in here.
I'm in here, darling.
Oh. I thought for a moment that you... Who is this?
I'm a reporter with a bulletin, Mr. Williams. I came by to ask your wife some questions.
Oh.
But now that you're back...
Just a minute.
Huh?
Don't go.
But,
Don't you want to ask me some questions? Don't you want to know how I happened to be picked up for questioning?
well...
I'll give you some very good items for a story. For instance, my wife here told the FBI that I was out all last night, and that wasn't true. Why did you tell them that, Anne?
I didn't, John.
Yes, you did.
Why, they must have misunderstood me. I said you were ill and up all night, not out.
Then how does it happen that there was blood on the front seat of your car? Wouldn't you like to know about that, Mr.
Brown.
Wouldn't that interest you, Mr. Brown?
John, I won't stand here and be questioned by you in front of a perfect stranger.
You'll pardon me, Mr. Williams. This looks like a family fight to me, and our paper isn't interested in that sort of thing. I must leave.
John, dear, you don't believe that I deliberately tried to get you in trouble, do you?
Anne, I don't know what to believe.
But why should I? Hasn't been a day since we were married that I haven't been in love with you, John. And you with me.
Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams, may I come in?
Why, yes, Mr. Taylor. Come right ahead.
Thank you.
Ralph,
Anne, I've been arrested.
what's this all about?
This man is the one who hired Mr. Cooper. He also killed him.
Ralph, they can't prove that, can they?
I'm afraid we can, Mrs. Williams. I've got warrants here for the arrest of both of you on a charge of murder.
Ralph Brown was found guilty of murder in federal court and sentenced to be executed. Mrs. Williams was also judged guilty and sentenced to 5 years as accessory to the crime. When Special Agent Taylor heard Mr. Cooper's voice on the recording say that it was past his bedtime, he realized that he could learn the identity of Cooper's visitor. Checking the records kept in Mr. Cooper's office building of all visitors after 6 p.m., he learned that the man he was searching for was named Ralph Brown. When he later learned that the number from which the anonymous phone call had been made was listed in the name of Ralph Brown, things began to gel. The information that Mrs. Williams was a constant visitor of Brown's, plus the fact that a search of his apartment led to the finding of the tire wrench, which had been used as a murder weapon, was conclusive enough to bring forth confessions from both. And so, another crime was solved by your FBI, and the solution added further proof that the phrase "getting away with murder" is just a phrase and nothing more. Under the alert eyes of the law, the truth of another phrase has been demonstrated time and time again. The truth of the simple words, "Murder will out."
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, 2 final questions on the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Well, Mr. Keating, now what's the best age to start one of these plans?
Any age. Your Equitable representative will explain that the sooner you start, the less your plan will cost you each year.
Well, what about the income? How much can I expect when I'm 60?
The exact amount depends on 2 factors, your present income and your future needs. In any event, your Equitable Society representative will be glad to work it out for you without obligation. Phone him soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A story depicting the short-lived careers of 2 vicious young criminals. Its subject, robbery. Its title, Three's a Crime.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious. and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's program was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Jack Edwards, Bill Johnstone, Lynn Whitney, Roland Winters, and Donald Wood. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Three's a Crime on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. From time to time in their 30s and early 40s, most men and women ask themselves,
what will I be doing when I am 65 years old? What are my chances of being 100% self-supporting when it's time to stop work?
Well, that's largely up to you and the decision you make right now. One such opportunity for an important decision will be offered to you in our middle commercial. It tells about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. This plan means exactly what it says. Financial independence for you in your 60s. Do you like that idea? Then please listen carefully to this important message from the Equitable Society coming in about 14 minutes. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, homicide. Its title, The Mountain Murders.
From time to time in its never-ending war against lawlessness, your FBI runs into a type of criminal who might be described as the cold-blooded killer. Others may murder in emotional fury or for self-protection. But this type kills on the slightest provocation, with the pitilessness of a rattlesnake embedding its fangs. He is utterly ruthless, an individual totally lacking in sympathy or imagination. The outlaw frontier days belong to this breed, as does the modern racketeer. Psychologists say that such character can frequently be traced back to an unhappy childhood, devoid of affection. That is one reason why your FBI urges you to support youth movements and child guidance clinics in your area. With their help, cases like the one discussed in tonight's official FBI file can be kept down to a minimum. Tonight's file opens in a mountain shack located in a southern state. A lanky, raw-boned man sits on a chair tilted against the wall, his hat almost covering his eyes as he idly fingers his guitar. Near the window, a lean woman pushes her hair from her face and resumes patching a faded pair of jeans.
Roy,
Yeah?
back acres need plowing.
Sure do.
Gonna get to 'em?
Mm-hmm.
When?
As soon as I'm feeling up to it.
That be very long?
No telling.
Grandpa, mind that dirt you're dragging in.
Oh, the world's too clean anyway. Sure a wind coming up. Gets to being strong enough might blow them fellers away.
What fellas?
The one stringing the wires.
Roy, you said last week you made 'em quit.
Thought they did.
I seen two fellers in the south field.
South field, you say?
Yeah.
Got my traps down there.
I ain't telling you just to be jawing.
Lucy, where'd you put my rifle?
Where it's proper. In the closet.
They was right close to where the fence needs mending.
I'll find them.
You got shells?
Yeah. Enough to take care of both of them.
Later that day, a construction gang is at work in a large open field a few miles from the mountain shack. A husky, bronze-faced man yells instructions to his crew.
Get that crane fixed and move it down. You men on the cats can roll too.
Pardon me. They said we'd find Joe Scott up here.
That's me.
Oh, well, I'm Jim Taylor, FBI. This is Agent Tommy Hart.
Mr. Scott.
We were driving back to the city, Mr. Scott, when the office radioed us. They said you reported some shootings.
That's right.
And they have it on the government reservation?
Yeah.
What are the details?
You see those steel towers up the hill?
Yeah.
Once they're up, we string the wire along them. That's a two-man job. One man in the tower and one on the ground.
I see.
This afternoon, somebody shot the team working on number 9. The county hospital says they both might die.
Where's number 9?
2 miles up the hill.
Any idea who did the shooting?
Well, I suspect a local farmer.
Oh?
Last week, Bill Carter, one of our engineers, was up by the site of number 9, and the farmer came over and threatened him. He told Carter to stay off that part of the hill, or there'd be trouble.
Was that government land, too?
Yeah. Carter explained it to him, but he said he wasn't going to have his traps ruined by a government or anybody else.
Is Carter around now?
Down the road away.
Jim, how about me going to county hospital and seeing the wounded man, huh?
All right, Tommy. I'll interview Carter. Meet you later at the construction shack.
Roy?
Yeah?
Need a hand carrying in the supplies.
As soon as I'm up.
Get my tobacco?
Uh-huh.
Mighty grateful.
He'll went up a penny.
Again?
Yes. 1 week to the next. Things costing more.
Any talk at the store about the shootings?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Guess we'll be having a visitor.
Who's coming?
Government man. Heard this fella from the power company come into the store and called the government. After hanging up, he said they was sending somebody.
When?
Today.
Roy, maybe you better go hide. You can set yourself in that old cave I used a couple years back.
I ain't much for caves.
I heard those government men be here today.
Oh.
Want us all to get rifles and try holding them off?
No.
You going?
Mm-hmm. As soon as I get my guitar.
Carter,
Yeah, Joe?
would you come here a minute?
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Taylor, the FBI.
Oh,
How are you,
Mr.
Carter?
Taylor.
Mr. Scott here tells me you were threatened last week.
Yeah, that's right.
You know the man's name?
Roy Warren. He lives in a shack across from Tower 9.
Anybody else giving you any trouble?
Oh, a few, but once they find out the lines won't hurt their farms or stock, they're satisfied.
Yeah. What does this Warren look like?
Ah, I see. He's over 6 feet, real thin. He's got high cheekbones and black hair.
Taylor, you shouldn't have any trouble recognizing him.
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Taylor, the men he shot were both good friends of mine, so if there's anything I can
Not
do...
right now, thanks. Joe, I think I'll drive over and see Roy Warren.
Who can that be?
No idea. He ain't going away. Yeah, might as well go see.
Good evening.
Sure is.
Does Roy Warren live here?
Yeah?
I'd like to see him.
Don't know as you can.
No, why not?
He ain't here.
Who is it, Grandpa?
Don't know myself.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
This is Roy's wife.
Oh, Mrs. Warren, I'm looking for your husband.
Roy joined up and gone into the Army.
Oh, how long ago?
3 weeks to the day. Why'd you want to see him?
Well, I've been told he shot 2 men working on the power lines.
When?
This morning.
You can see for yourself how that can't be.
Where's your husband stationed, Mrs. Warren?
Well, I got no notion.
Roy ain't much hand for writing.
Well, if he's in the Army, I can locate him.
Think you'll be getting to see him?
I'm hoping to.
Tell him me and Grandpa are both fit.
I'll do that. Tommy.
Yeah?
Tommy, did you get anything down to the hospital?
No, Jim, neither man's recovered enough to talk.
Well, we got trouble at this end.
Oh, what?
I just learned that Carter got permission to take a couple of days off.
Carter?
Oh, that's the man I interviewed this morning.
Oh, the one who gave you the ident on the farmer.
That's right.
Well, what's wrong with his taking time off?
Well, he told the foreman he was going to go look for Warren himself.
Oh, fine.
I don't know why some people think that all you have to do on this job is have a pocket for your badge.
Any idea where Carter headed?
No, Tommy. But we better find Roy Warren before he does.
Through milking yet?
Pail ain't even damp.
Huh. It's the second day she's been dry.
Yeah. Hey, who's that?
Where?
Feller coming to us?
He's a stranger.
I'll fetch my gun.
Never saw him around.
Stand there, mister.
Okay.
What you want?
Some water.
Why?
I'm thirsty.
Plenty other places got wells.
I just happened to be passing here.
Where was you heading?
Up the hill. I'm with the power company. And, mister, you don't have to walk around with your gun anymore. That man's been captured.
Who?
The one who shot 2 of our men last week.
You say they found him?
Nah. He was identified by the men he shot. Turned out he came from up north.
The law got him?
Yeah.
The well's out back of the house. Go get yourself a drink.
Thanks very much.
My horse needs shoeing.
Yeah, I know.
Well, can you do it now?
Guess so. Where are you going?
See Roy. Hello, Roy.
Hi.
Feller from the power company come by today.
Talk to him?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want?
Well, he give me and Grandpa some news.
What kind?
Said they caught the feller shot those men.
Huh?
Told us he was from up north someplace.
What do you know?
Means you can come on down home.
Yeah.
You just stay where you are.
Roy, he's the one that told me.
Guess it ain't true.
Remember me, Warren? You warned me to stay away from that field.
Yeah.
Too bad you didn't listen to him. Those other 2 fellas never would have got shot.
Get up, Warren. We're going down to the valley.
What for?
So I can turn you over to the police.
You ain't doing nothing.
Grandpa.
I got a gun too, young fella. You was so busy following Lucy you never thought to look around and back. Roy, what do you think we ought to do with him?
Same thing we generally do.
Well,
That's right.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. But now, listen. Those are the check writing machines at the home office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Every month, right on the dot, those checks go out to members who have paid up their Equitable Independent 60s plan. They're checks that mean financial independence for life after you're 65 years old. And here's Mr. Frank Peterson, who started one of these plans back in the late 1920s. You finished your payments last year, didn't you, Mr. Peterson?
Yes, Mr. Keating. I've quit work, and I'm here to prove that life can begin at 65.
In other words, Mr. Peterson, you're now cashing in on the 3 freedoms that go with an independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries. Financial independence.
I've got some mighty fine children, Mr. Keating, but I'm glad I'll never have to move in on them and be a burden to them.
Second, with an Equitable Independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you please.
We've taken a pretty little place down in the Valley of Virginia. And let me tell you, it's true what they say about Dixie. It's wonderful.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
I've got a couple of bird dogs I'm training. Takes time, but I got plenty of that since I started getting checks on my Independent 60s plan. A lot of my friends think I must have made a lot of money to retire like this, but they're wrong. You don't have to make a big salary to afford an Independent 60s plan.
That's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards Independent 60s because of your Social Security and the life insurance you already own. Often only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not profit by Mr. Peterson's experience? Phone your Equitable Society representative without delay, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Mountain Murders.
Some of Special Agent Taylor's words, which you heard a few minutes ago, are so important that they warrant repetition. Speaking of Carter's ill-advised attempt to find Warren's hideout, Agent Taylor said, "Why do some people think all you have to do on this job is have a pocket for your badge? While we may applaud Carter's motives and marvel at his courage, we can only condemn his foolhardiness bordering on stupidity in going after a criminal equipped only with good intentions and a gun. Your FBI takes this occasion to re-emphasize its oft-repeated advice. When a crime is committed, report it immediately to your local authorities. Then keep your hands off unless requested to do otherwise." Tonight's FBI file continues later that afternoon as Special Agents Taylor and Hart work with Foreman Joe Scott searching the mountainside.
Taylor, where's that map?
Tommy's got it.
Yeah, here it is.
Pull it out, Tommy.
Yeah. Yeah.
The pilot said he spotted Carter's Jeep there.
Yeah.
That's where we are now.
Well, he might have been a little off.
Yeah, that's true. I think we ought to keep moving, huh?
Okay.
How much more daylight, Joe?
About 2 more hours.
Uh-huh.
Wait. Look over there.
That's Carter's Jeep.
Yeah. Must have come off that cliff.
Never saw one that cracked up.
Well, if I'm right about the cliff, Carter should be around here close by. Come on, let's look. Joe, did you put any towers up on that cliff?
Mm-hmm.
Then you know the road up there. How is it?
Not really a road, Taylor. More of a trail, and it winds past the caves.
Huh?
Hundreds of them all over the face of the mountain. If Warren's in one, you'll never find him.
Why not?
Well, most of them are connected, like rooms in a railroad flat. Take an army to flush
Wait a
him
minute,
out.
hold it.
Carter.
Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Hold him over. Easy. It's a bad head wound.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't look like one he'd get in a crash.
You better get him to the doctor quick.
Oh, I'm afraid it's too late for that. Carter's dead.
Hello?
Joe?
Yeah?
This is Hart. Can I speak to Taylor, please?
Taylor? For you. It's your partner.
Oh. Thanks, Jim. Hiya, Tommy.
Hi, Jim. I'm at the hospital. Both men died this afternoon.
Well, that's 3 for Warren.
No word on them yet, huh?
No, none, Tommy. I've been thinking about those caves up on the cliff. If Warren's up there, he knows he'll have to stay under for quite a while.
Uh-huh.
Well, to do that, he'll need food, probably canned food.
That's true.
I checked at the general store. Mrs. Warren shops there once a week. She's doing again tomorrow.
How does that fit in?
Well, she got her usual order last week. Now, if she takes extra rations this time, it'll mean Warren's hiding out in this area.
Yeah, but Jim, if we were right about Carter being ambushed after following her, they'll be doubly careful about that now.
Yeah, but maybe we can do the job without trying to trail them. I'm having the office rush some special equipment out here.
I'm back.
I can see that.
Cans are sure heavy.
For Roy?
No, his are out in the saddlebags.
Oh.
Roy's getting to be known. His picture's all over the village.
Ain't no sense to that. Folks there know him now.
Yeah, the power company's put up a reward.
How much?
$1,000. Seems those 2 fellers he shot died.
Thought they would. Looks to be clouding up.
It is.
I better take my coat.
Where are you going?
Bring Roy his food. I'll stay clear of the trail.
Yeah, best if you did. Tell Roy about his pictures.
Oh, I sure will. He'll be real pleased.
Joe, move your chair over here next to Tommy's, will you?
Okay.
Slide around, Tommy. That does it. Now, you'll probably recognize this, Joe. It's an aerial photo of the east slope.
Mm-hmm.
It was made before you put up those towers. Now, would you locate them for us?
Can I mark the picture?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
The first one's here on top. And they string down this way.
And how far apart, Joe?
1/4 mile. Number 2's here.
Yeah.
And this would be 3.
Well, that's all we'll need.
Need for what, Taylor?
Spotting. Tommy, suppose you climb Tower 1 up here.
Yeah, sure, Jim.
Joe, will you handle the middle one?
Glad to.
And I'll be up on number 3. Now, the minute either one of you see anybody heading up the hill, call it in.
How?
Those things in the corner are walkie-talkies.
We'll show you how to work them, Joe.
Okay.
Each of us will have one of these copies of the aerial photo. Now, you see the way the picture's divided into squares?
Mm-hmm.
All right, each square is numbered. Now, as you spot Mrs. Warren or the old man, you call in and tell me which square they're in, and I'll mark it here on the master map.
I see.
That way, even if we lose them for a while, we'll have a record of which way they've been heading.
Joe, you better take these night glasses.
Thanks.
Now, anything else?
Well, I've got a dozen men we could use, and they want to help.
But just give them one instruction, please, Joe. Tell them nobody's to follow whoever leaves the Warren house.
And, Joe, make that strong, will you? If the Warrens don't think they're being trailed, there's a good chance this'll work.
Okay, let's go. We'll show you how to use that walkie-talkie and then head for the towers. Come in, Tommy.
Your man's just leaving the house.
Check square 58.
He's riding with both saddlebags bulging.
It's probably Roy's food.
Yeah. Approaching square 49.
Check 49.
He's headed into the brush.
That line will bring him to the cave in square 14.
Yeah. Over for now, Jim.
Right, Tommy. Talk to you later. Yes, Joe.
He's in square 36.
Check 36. That means he's double tracking.
Uh-huh.
Making sure nobody's following this time.
I'm losing him. He's moving into the woods.
Tommy,
Yeah, Jim.
you see him?
No. No, I'll call if I spot him again, Jim.
Taylor,
Yeah, Joe.
still no sign of him.
I think I see him, Jim. Yeah, he's in square 28.
Check 28.
It's clear from there to the top.
Okay, Tommy, I'll pick you up and we'll move in together.
Hi, Roy.
Hello, Will.
Hungry?
Sure am.
Food's in saddlebags. Come on. You like being up here, Roy?
Mm-hmm.
That's good, 'cause it'll be home for quite a spell.
Why?
Those two fellas you shot, they died.
Oh,
The power company's real mad.
they can get more men.
They put up $1,000 reward.
For me?
Uh-huh.
Say, Will, I clean forgot to ask you.
About what?
The turkey shoot. Who won it?
The Pike boy.
Too bad I wasn't there. I can shoot better than him.
Yeah, you proved that. Well, sounds like he's glad to see you.
So am I.
What?
Don't move. We're special agents of the FBI. You're both under arrest.
Roy Warren and Will Cooper were tried and convicted in federal court of murder on a government reservation. Each received a sentence of life imprisonment. As you have heard, a physically close surveillance was impossible in this case. As you have also heard, Special Agents Taylor and Hart improvised with what materials were available to them and apprehended the criminals. That ability to improvise is one of the talents for which the men of your FBI have become justifiably famous. Famous throughout the world. No two cases are ever exactly alike. Probably for the simple reason that no two human beings are perfect duplicates. Therefore, each investigation calls for its own particular method. The need of law enforcement officers for so many different types of knowledge is what has elevated police work to the status of a profession. A profession devoted exclusively to the welfare of you, the American people.
Now, two final questions on the cost of the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Well, Mr. Keating, I've never looked into a plan of this type. I always figured they cost me more than I could afford.
That's a mistake lots of men make. They overlook the fact that their Social Security and the life insurance they already own gives them a big head start towards independent 60s.
Another thing I'd like to know, are these plans flexible? If I'm earning more money a few years from now, can I increase the amount of my plan?
Many Equitable members do exactly that. After all, the amount of your independent 60s plan is strictly up to you. Your Equitable man takes into account both your present income and your future needs. He'll be glad to sit down with you at any time, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, espionage. Its title, The Traitor.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Harley Bear, Dick Crenna, Whitfield Connor, Sam Edwards, Jeanette Nolan, and John T. Smith. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Traitor on This Is Your FBI. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. This can happen to you tonight. You're listening to this program when...
Yes?
This is the Radio Checking Bureau. Is your radio turned on?
Why, yes, it is.
What program are you listening to, please?
This is Your FBI, just starting.
Do you know who sponsors that program?
Sure I do. It's my good friends, the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Just last Wednesday, my Equitable representative was telling me about their life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. So naturally, I know that This Is Your FBI is sponsored by the Equitable Society.
And in just 15 minutes, I'll give all you people who are on the way up full information about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Tonight's FBI file, The Unfortunate Daughter.
The FBI prides itself on the fact that one of the things which has helped to make the Bureau an internationally famous crime-solving agency is that it has made a study of the criminal mind. One of the results of that study has been the realization that in the case of most criminals, they commit every crime according to the same pattern, time after time. That knowledge has helped your FBI in many of its most complex cases. But occasionally a criminal appears who is more difficult to catch, who varies not only his pattern, but his crime. He does not fall into the obvious trap. He uses his cunning to avoid being caught. And sometimes his plan works. For a while. Tonight's FBI file opens in a small town in one of our southern states. On one of the tree-lined streets of this village, a car is parked. A woman is seated alone behind the wheel. The car motor is idling. Suddenly, from a nearby side street, hurried footsteps are heard. A man appears. He runs swiftly to the car, opens the rear door.
Get moving.
Where's Charlie?
He didn't make it. Move, will you? Head for the highway, then drive north to Richmond.
Right.
I'm going to stay down on the floor here. Don't drive fast. We don't want nobody stopping us.
Okay. What happened?
We, blew everything.
Didn't you even get into the bank?
Sure. Almost had the dough in our mitts.
What went wrong?
A local cop was in there. He pumped 3 slugs into Charlie.
They got it bad?
They were in the head.
Oh,
I, squared it a little, though. I got the cop.
that's no help.
How does the road look?
No trouble.
You know, this puts us in a tight box. We ain't holding.
No dough at all?
Not even enough to bail us out of that rooming house in Richmond.
Oh, fine.
You on the highway yet?
A couple of more blocks. Hey, I just thought of something.
What?
Big Charlie might bail us out.
Ruth, I told you. He got 3 slugs in
I
his...
don't mean personally. He's got a 10 box he always carried around with him. Must be something of value in it.
I never seen it.
Back in his room in Richmond. Could be full of cash.
All we need is getaway dough. When we get back there, we'll tap it out.
How's it coming?
This should do it now. There. Well, I don't see any mountain of green stuff.
No, let's see what's under these papers. Dump the whole thing on.
Okay. Still no cash, Ruthie.
No, look in some of these envelopes.
Oh, look here.
Huh?
Bunch of pictures. Snapshots of a young dame.
Look for the money.
I don't think you'll find any.
Why did Big Charlie carry this box every place? Must have some value.
Ruthie, there's nothing but pictures, newspaper clippings. Oh, look at this. A birth certificate. Oh, what do you know?
What?
This birth certificate, it says, Claudia Pierce, daughter of Charles and Ethel Pierce. Charlie had a daughter. But all these pictures must be of her. I never knew he had a kid.
Nobody did.
That's probably why he put this stuff in the box, wanted to keep it a secret.
None of this gets us out of town. That's what we've got to do in a hurry.
Oh, wait a minute. Look at this newspaper clipping.
Tom, you're wasting time.
Look at it, will you?
What?
It's a picture from the society page of a Boston paper. Ralph Griffin, prominent socialite, and his bride, Claudia Baker.
So?
Oh, look at her picture. Compare it with these snapshots here.
Same dame.
Sure. That's Charlie's daughter. He must have changed her name from Pierce to Baker.
Look, none of this is helping us.
Honey, we can hawk Charlie's clothes and get enough for our fare to Boston. This can help us plenty.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, hello, Ken.
Jim, I've been looking for you. I want to go over that file in the Bartlett case with you.
Ken, I'm afraid I haven't got time right now. I've just been out on a job that requires some immediate attention.
What is it?
An attempted bank robbery down in Vernon. I've just come from there.
What's the story?
2 armed men entered the First National at approximately 10 o'clock this morning.
Oh?
They slugged the teller, but before they could get any money, a local policeman came in.
Yes?
The bandits opened fire on him. He shot it out with them. He killed one of the men. The other one killed him.
I see. What happened to the surviving bandit, Jim?
He got away. He evidently had a Confederate someplace in town with a car. There's been no trace of him since.
Has an alarm been sent out?
Yes, but we have only a very vague description on him. I don't think it'll be any help in turning him up.
Did you identify the thief who was killed?
Yes, his name was Charlie Pierce.
I seem to remember him.
Well, he was an old-timer. He'd been mixed up in a number of bank jobs in the past.
Did you pick up anything there that might lead you to this man who got away?
Well, nothing too good. Found a card of matches in the dead man's pocket, though. They advertised a bar and grill right here in Richmond.
You think maybe Pierce hung out there?
Well, there's a slight chance that he did. I'm going over there now and find out.
Hey, got a load of this house.
Yeah, real class.
Surprised Charlie didn't put the tap on his daughter himself instead of going around sticking up banks.
I know.
You know what you're going to say to her?
Yeah, just let me handle it.
Yes?
I want to see Mrs. Griffin.
I'm Mrs. Griffin.
Claudia Griffin?
That's right.
That's swell. We'd like to come in and talk to you.
Who are you?
Friends of Charlie.
What?
Yeah, Charlie Pierce, your father. Can we come in?
Yes.
Good, go ahead, Lucy.
All right.
Anybody home here?
No.
What about servants?
We have a couple. They're on vacation.
Oh, well, that makes it real nice.
What is this all about? How did you know who I am?
Oh, your pop told us. He said if we ever needed anything, we should look you up.
I don't believe you.
He gave us these old pictures of you. He said that'd be proof enough.
Let me see them.
Yeah.
Now, do you believe us?
What do you want?
Well, we figured we might sort of move in here for a while.
Oh, no.
Why not?
My husband doesn't know about my father. He's a respectable businessman.
Well, so what? We won't tip him off.
You can't do this.
Honey, you don't have much choice.
What?
You don't take us in, then we'll have to tell your husband.
Oh.
Now, let's sit down and talk this thing over.
10, that book of matches was a good lead.
Really, Jim?
Yes, I went to the place that advertised Bill's Bar and Grill.
Yes?
Showed the bartender a picture of Charlie Pierce. He recognized him immediately.
Good.
Said he'd been in there quite a good deal in the past 3 weeks. His constant companions were another man and woman.
Evidently his Confederates.
That's right. The bartender also remembered that Pierce lived in a rooming house right around the corner.
Well, that's a break.
I went around there and talked to the landlady. She told me that another couple had lived there with Pierce, but they had packed and left around noon today.
The bank robbery was at 10?
That's right.
That just about gave him enough time to get back from Vernon.
Yes, I know. I got a good description of him from the landlady, though. The man had a scar on his face. From his general physical appearance, he sounds like an ex-convict named Tom Dawson.
Anything else, Jim?
Well, I found this old snapshot on the floor of the room. It obviously belonged to one of the bandits.
What is it?
Picture of a girl in a graduation gown. It says, Love to Daddy, signed Claudia.
Hmm.
Well, I'm going to get Dawson's picture from the files and take it back and show it to the landlady.
Now, look, don't you think you've done enough of that crying?
Why did you come here? Why?
Honey, we already told you we needed a hideout.
Well, you're not going to stay here.
You mean you don't care if your husband knows about you?
No.
Who are you kidding?
I mean it.
Honey, he's a respectable guy. This could upset him plenty.
I don't care.
Hey, the car outside.
Huh?
The guy getting out.
That's my husband.
Tom, what do we do?
Take it easy.
She's going to tell him.
No, she ain't.
Yes, I am.
Claudia!
Yes, Ralph?
Where are you, dear?
I'll be right there. Good evening, dear.
Hello, darling. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Well,
You've been crying.
yes, darling.
Why?
Ralph, I have something to tell you.
Oh, can it wait, honey? I've got something to tell you first. It's the biggest news of the year.
But, Ralph...
Guess who you're talking to right now? I'll give you one guess, honey.
Ralph,
You're talking to the new vice president of the bank. What do you think of that?
Oh,
They just told me right before I came home. Isn't it wonderful, honey?
oh, yes.
I couldn't wait to...
Hello.
Hello?
Aren't we going to meet your husband, honey?
Ralph, this is Mr. and Mrs. Dawson.
Oh. How do you do?
Hello.
Hi.
The Dawsons know my father. I've asked them to stay a few weeks here with us.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to men and women who are on the way up. To those of you who are confident that sometime soon you'll be making a telephone call like this.
Hello? Hello? That you, Bess? Listen, there was a surprise in my pay envelope today. Yes, a raise. A big one.
Now you know what I mean by men on the way up. Men who are going to get somewhere or know the reason why. If you're that man, then make sure you have insurance designed to order for you. Right now, investigate the Equitable Society's special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. A plan for people of all ages who expect to be earning more money 5 years from now.
I get it. This plan is elastic so a man can make changes when his ship comes in.
Exactly right. And that's just one of several advantages of this Equitable Society plan for men on the way up. First, it gives you and your family needed protection right now. Second, this Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future. 5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. Third, this Equitable plan is flexible at all times. Can expand or contract as you see fit.
Okay, Mr. Keating. I've got enough faith in my future to want to look into this plan. What do I do first?
Just get in touch with your Equitable Society representative. Phone him for full information on the Equitable plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Unfortunate Daughter.
It happened happens every so often that a decent, honest citizen is called upon to make a choice between some unpleasant publicity and the condoning of a crime. In many cases, the decent citizen becomes a victim of fear and panic, loses his ordinary sense of judgment, and decides to do business with the criminal. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI is an example of just that. And it is difficult to say that in the same position, any of us would be inclined to do differently. However, the experience of your FBI has shown that year after year and case after case, the decent citizen who chose to do business with the criminal was hurt because the criminal failed to keep his part of the bargain. Morally, that is wrong. But what the honest, law-abiding person forgets is that criminals have no morals. Tonight's file continues at the Richmond field office of the FBI. This early evening, Special Agent Jim Taylor is talking to his fellow agent, Ken Monroe.
Well, what did you get from the landlady, Jim?
She definitely identified Dawson as the man who lived at her rooming house with Charlie Pierce.
I've got further confirmation for you.
Oh, how's that, Ken?
One of the local police down in Vernon came in right after you left. He had an employee of the bank with him.
Yes.
I showed him Dawson's picture. He recognized him as the other bandit.
Good.
I put out an alarm on him.
I know where he's gone.
Really?
Yes, as soon as I knew who we were looking for, I went to the railroad station, bus line, and airport.
Well?
The ticket seller at the airport recognized Dawson from his picture. He sold him 2 tickets to Boston on the 1 o'clock plane.
Let's see. It's after 8 now.
It's too late to contact the Boston airport. He's already gotten there.
What's the next move?
We'll notify the Boston office, send out an alarm on Dawson, and tell him we're on our way.
Ralph,
Yes, sir?
you have some more coffee?
Thanks, I will. Are the Dawsons still sleeping?
Yes. How about some more toast, dear?
No, I have plenty, thanks.
Ralph, if you get a chance today, I wish...
Wait.
What?
This picture here on the front page. Claudia, look at it.
What is it?
It's your friend Dawson. I'm sure of it. Look.
Oh.
He's wanted in connection with a bank robbery. He tried to hold up a bank in Richmond yesterday. He and a female companion eluded the police and took a plane here to Boston.
I see.
Another bandit named Pierce was killed on the job.
Oh, no.
Honey, we've got to call the police at once.
Just stay where you are, mister. You're not calling any cops.
Why didn't you tell me that my father had been killed?
I didn't want you to feel bad.
Claudia, what's this all about? Answer me.
You want me to tell him?
No. No, I'll tell him.
Claudia, what is this?
The man who was killed, Ralph. The other bank bandit. He was my father.
What?
That's why these people are here. They wanted to hide out from the police. They threatened to tell you about my father if I didn't shelter them.
Oh, honey, why didn't you tell
I
me?
was going to, Ralph. I'd made up my mind to tell you as soon as you came home.
What stopped you?
When you told me what had happened at the bank, that you'd been made vice president, I knew then that if the truth about my father came out, you'd be ruined.
And she has a good point there, Mr. Griffin.
This is awful.
It'll be a lot worse if you call the cops. Just think that over.
Ken, I just talked to the agent in charge.
Any developments?
No, the police here in Boston have contacted all hotels, tourist camps, rooming houses, and no one answering to Dawson's description has been seen.
Well, he must have had some specific reason for coming here.
It's probably a hideout.
Yes.
The local papers have cooperated. Most of them carried his picture on the front page.
That might get results.
I sure hope so. Oh, excuse me. Special Agent Taylor. Yes. Yes, I see. Well, what was that address again, please? 47 Rand Drive. Thanks a lot, sir. We'll get right out there. It's a break, Ken.
What?
One of the local agents had been working all morning out at the airport. He finally ran across a cab driver who identified Dawson's picture.
Good.
His trip record shows that he took them to an address out in the suburbs late yesterday afternoon.
You have the address?
Yes, let's go.
What's the name of the man who lives here again, Jim?
Ralph Griffin.
Pretty impressive-looking house. Strange place for someone like Dawson to come to.
Yeah, I know.
Yes?
Is Mr. Griffin here, please?
Who wishes to see him?
Now, we're special agents of the FBI.
Oh,
Here are my credentials.
I see.
Are you Mrs. Griffin?
Yes. Just a moment. I'll call my husband.
Thank you.
Ralph,
Yes, Claudia?
there's some men from the FBI to see you.
FBI?
Yes, they're at the front door.
Looks like that's where we're going to stay, Ken.
Yes.
Hello?
Mr. Griffin?
What can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Griffin, we're looking for a man named Dawson. We have information that he and a woman came here to your address yesterday afternoon.
Dawson?
That's right.
I'm sorry, I've never heard of him.
Would they have come here to see anyone else?
I'm afraid not. My wife and I are the only ones here. Our servants are on vacation.
Oh. Well, looks like we got a bad lead.
Sorry, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you anyway, sir.
Not at all.
Goodbye.
Bye. Come on, Ken.
You think we should get a warrant and come back here?
No, I just remembered something. We got some work to do at the office first.
Are they gone?
Yes.
Nice work, Mr. Griffin.
I didn't relish it, believe me.
Ralph, I'm sorry. This is all my fault.
Oh, it's no one's fault, Claudia. But I'm not putting up with this any longer.
What do you mean by that, mister?
You and your husband are getting out of here.
You kidding?
No. Regardless of the consequences, you're not spending another night in my house.
Look, we're staying as
Hold
long...
it, honey. Hold it. I think we better do like he says.
Oh, thank heaven.
It ain't for your sake. It's for ours.
What do you mean, Tom?
The heat is on. Those guys will be back.
You think so?
Sure. The next time they'll have a warrant.
Where do we go?
I don't know yet.
What'll we use for money?
That part is easy.
How?
Mr. Griffin here is in the banking business.
What do you mean by that?
You're giving us some getaway dough.
Oh, no.
We need $5,000. We want it this afternoon.
You're not getting it from me.
Look, I'm letting you off easy. For $5,000, you get rid of it.
I'm getting rid of you the way I should have, right from the beginning. I'm going to call the FBI and tell them you're here.
No, you're not. Keep away from that phone.
Get out of my way.
Not a chance. I will talk business again when he comes to.
Jim.
Oh, yes, Ken.
I checked up on Ralph Griffin.
Good.
He's legitimate, all right. He works for one of the banks here in town.
Did you get all the details on his background?
Yes, I have him right here.
Fine. Oh, anything there about his wedding?
Here's a newspaper clipping on it. I got it from the morgue at one of the local papers.
May I see it?
Sure.
Thanks. Ralph Griffin, prominent socialite, and his bride, Claudia Baker.
What's this all about, Jim?
You remember that graduation picture I found in the rooming house in Richmond?
Yes.
I brought it along in my briefcase. Here it is right here.
Well?
Compare it with this picture, Griffin's bride.
Hey, it's the same girl.
That's right. Now, let's see if this newspaper article tells us where the bride went to school.
There it is, Jim. State College.
Yeah. Let's contact them at once and see what they can give us on her background. Should have a good deal of bearing on this case.
Ralph, dear. Don't try to move, darling. Just lie still.
How is he doing?
Please get away.
Look, we have some business to take care of, remember?
Leave him alone.
They're coming too?
Yeah.
Oh, my head.
Just take it easy, darling.
Ready to talk yet, Mr. Griffin?
What?
I'd like to know about that $5,000.
Oh, you're still here.
Naturally. Now, how about that dough?
I'm not giving it to you.
Maybe you'd like another treat?
Yeah.
Keep away from him.
We ain't got much time. How about it, mister?
No.
Okay.
Wait! I'll get you the money.
Claudia.
I can't let him hit you again.
Where is the dough?
In that desk.
Claudia, come back here.
Ralph, I've got to do this.
No.
Just stay put, mister.
Let me go.
Take it easy.
You better do like he says. He'll only get hurt again.
How you coming with that dough?
I'm getting it.
Oh, Claudia, don't.
Don't see what she's doing, Ruth.
She's coming back now.
Here. Here's your money.
Swell.
It's a little over 4,000. That's all there is.
Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. We've got something to attend to first.
Please go.
And have you blow a whistle on us the minute we're out of the door? We ain't that stupid.
I promise you we won't.
That is worth exactly nothing.
Claudia, he has a gun.
That's right. I'm using it, too.
No, wait!
Hi. There we are, Dawson.
The FBI.
That's right. Ken! Ken, are you in there?
Yes, stay put, everyone. Jim, can you open that window?
Yeah, I can manage. Ken, get his gun, will you?
Yeah.
I'm grateful that you're here, sir.
Well, we came back because we checked at your wife's school. We learned there who her father was. That more or less explained everything. I'd say we returned just in time.
For his wanton murder of the bank guard, Tom Dawson was tried and convicted on the charge of first-degree murder. For serving as his accomplice, Dawson's wife, Ruth, was sentenced to serve 20 years in the penitentiary. And thus, two people who had committed bank robbery, murder, and blackmail were stopped from pursuing their criminal careers. Because they changed their crimes and their patterns, they were difficult criminals to catch. But they were caught because your FBI does not discourage easily, nor quickly. Once a criminal escaped and remained at large for 16 long years. But your FBI never closed the file on him. And in due time, that criminal, like the ones in tonight's case, learned that so long as law enforcement agencies like your FBI are on the job, crime will forever be an unprofitable occupation.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. If you're what President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Society describes as a man with faith in his own future and the future of America, then you'll surely want to learn more about the Equitable Society plan for men on the way up.
Exactly how much will this plan cost me?
The Equitable man has the answer.
How much protection does it give me right now?
Your Equitable representative can work that out in 2 minutes.
Does this plan offer me desirable options?
You bet it does. Your Equitable man will be glad to give you further facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Find him in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Henpecked Swindler.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Henpecked Swindler on This Is Your FBI. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Tonight we have in our radio audience thousands of people who will be listening for the middle commercial, all because of a postcard. Yes, a postcard they received in the mail this morning from a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. But whether you received a postcard from your Equitable man or not, the Equitable Society and its representatives urge you to listen to tonight's middle commercial. It's an important message describing the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan, a practical, workable plan for people who want to be independent at the age of 60. I'll be back in approximately 14 minutes to give you full information on this special plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Transatlantic Shakedown.
In the old days, before there was such a thing as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, crime was a localized affair. It was possible in those days, if the crime was discovered soon enough, to isolate an entire community until the criminal had been apprehended. And even in those instances where he made good his escape, the criminal could not get very far because the means of transportation at his disposal were meager, even if he lived in one of the nation's largest cities. Today, however, all of that has changed. In this age of jet propulsion, it is possible for a man to commit a crime in one city and for him to take refuge in another city 3,000 miles away before the very crime has been discovered. It is true that the progress made in transportation has also made it easier for the special agents of your FBI to cover a tremendous amount of territory. But the greater advantage has come to the criminal, for he and he alone is the one who decides the exact moment at which a crime will be committed. Because he is by occupation an opportunist, he chooses that moment which will afford him the greatest lapse of time between his crime and the beginning of the search for him. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI, for example, is international in scope because of that ease of modern-day travel, and takes us first to the city of eternal gaiety, Paris. Tonight's file opens in an elevator which is slowly climbing to the top of the Eiffel Tower in Paris. The elevator operator also acts as guide.
Le temps est clair aujourd'hui, et quand nous arriverons au premier étage dans un instant, vous pourrez voir jusqu'à 30 kilomètres. À votre droite, vous voyez la plus ancienne cathédrale de
Isn't this
Paris.
a beautiful view, Mother?
Et à votre gauche,
Yes, Paul,
l'écouteur
but-
de Saint-Cloud.
but what?
À 5 kilomètres d'ici.
I don't understand all this.
Our coming here?
Yes.
I have a very special reason.
Droite devant
I'll
vous,
explain it
vous
when we
voyez
get to the top.
Montmartre, où se trouve
Very
le
well.
vrai cabaret de nuit. Vous voyez également les basiliques du
Look
Sacré-Cœur.
there.
et
There's
là-bas,
our hotel.
Arc de Triomphe.
Oh,
L'Arc de
of
Triomphe
course.
se construit
Goodness,
au temps
I'd
de
forgotten how
Napoléon
clearly
Ier.
things could be seen from here.
Maintenant, mesdames et messieurs, si vous voulez bien me suivre, je vais vous montrer d'autres merveilles de Paris. Par ici, s'il vous
Wait
plaît,
there.
mesdames et
Let's go
messieurs.
this way where we can be alone.
All right.
Well, Mother, take a good look. You may not see Paris again for quite some time.
What do you mean?
We're leaving.
But for where?
The States.
Paul.
I've got to go back to see Don Jackson.
But you just went to London to clear up the Jackson matter.
I went to London to see Mr. Jackson's representative.
What happened?
He wanted to settle my entire claim against Don Jackson for $5,000.
Why, that's ridiculous.
That's what I told him.
And?
He got very angry. He threatened me. And, well, I was forced to use violence. That's why I've got to go back to see Don Jackson in person.
Just because you had a fight with his representative?
Mother, I killed him.
A few days later, back in the United States, in an FBI field office, Agent Keith Thompson approaches the desk of Special Agent Jim Taylor.
Jim, I just got your note.
Oh, hi, Keith.
What's this stuff about a closed file?
That's what we're working on.
A closed case?
That's right. Closed since 1945.
Well, at last. This is the case I've been waiting to work on, one that's already been solved.
Oh, it's not that simple, Keith. This is a file on a man named Paul Black.
Uh-huh.
The first entry we have is dated July 11th, 1935. Now, on that date, we received a complaint that Paul Black had possibly swindled 2 old women out of some real estate in this city.
What kind of real estate, Jim?
They owned the terminal building here.
Oh?
By the time they discovered that Black was a swindler, he had sold the property to a man named Don Jackson. Now, Jackson swore that he bought it in good faith, so the only chance the women had to recover their money was to ask the courts to intervene and set aside the transaction.
And I assume that when prosecution was started, Black was among the missing.
Mm-hmm. We made a rather complete search for him, but no lead turned up for 3 years.
Which would have been 1938?
That's right. Well, at that time, we found that he'd gone to France. In some way, he had managed to get himself a passport.
In his own name?
No, he used an alias. We notified the French Sûreté, but they had no success in locating him. Then came the war, and early in 1945, we got a report on Black from the Army.
Our Army?
Yeah. As they were moving through France toward the German border, they found the body of a man who carried the identification papers of Paul Black. The body was terribly mutilated, but the identification papers carried his picture, so they sent that picture back to this country.
Well, was it identified as Black?
That's right. Well, they buried him. We made a notation on his file that he was dead, and the file was closed.
Well, I don't understand what we're doing with it now, Jim.
2 days ago, Washington got a routine report from Scotland Yard to check some fingerprints, Keith. Those prints belong to Paul Black.
How could that be?
Well, that's what the SAC wants us to find out. Here's the whole file right here. Let's go through it again and see if we can find an answer to that.
Is that you, Mother?
Yes, dear.
How was your walk?
Very enjoyable.
Fine.
Have you spoken to Don Jackson yet?
No, I called, but he wasn't in.
Oh.
His secretary said she'd have him call me.
Paul, you'd be amazed at the way things have changed since we left.
Really?
New buildings, new stores. Say, do you remember that bank that was closed and somebody turned it into one of those speakeasies?
Uh-huh.
It's a bank again.
Oh, splendid.
And you should see the place right across...
Oh, pardon me, Mother.
Oh.
Hello?
Is this Elmwood 69171?
That's right. Hello, Don.
Who is this?
Paul Black.
Huh?
Paul Black.
Oh.
I didn't think it would be very smart to leave my name at your office, so I just left the number.
I see.
I'd appreciate your canceling any appointments you have for the next hour or so, Don.
Why?
Because I'm going to pay you a visit. And I think you'll want to see me alone.
Keith, I just got that report from Scotland Yard.
On Paul Black?
Indirectly, it was about a man named John Ross.
Who's he?
An American who was found dead in a London hotel room 10 days ago.
Oh.
Paul Black's fingerprints were found in that room.
Was this Ross murdered?
Well, apparently. One thing that hasn't been found yet, though, is his passport. You know, I think Black might attempt to use it.
How about notifying immigration?
I already have. They're going to be on the lookout for him.
I ran down a lead myself.
Oh? What was it?
Well, I checked on Black's wife. I tried to find some indication on whether she left the country with him.
Any results?
Yeah. I found a bank account in her name at the Security National. The last deposit was made shortly before Black disappeared. He left in a hurry, didn't he, Jim?
Yeah.
Well, if she left the account, that would indicate that she went with him. And I'd say we could assume that if he's coming back, so is she.
Mm-hmm. Keith, why don't you call the bank and ask them to call you if Mrs. Black shows up for the money?
I've already covered that.
Oh, swell. Oh, our records also show that she also had a favorite beauty shop and a favorite dressmaker. You might check on them, too.
Will do.
Meanwhile, I'll wait here for some word from the code room.
What's doing up there?
They're decoding a message that came in from the Paris Sûreté a little while ago.
On this case?
Yes, and as soon as that message is decoded and translated, we should have a lot more information on Mr. Paul Black.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Miss Crawford, what is it?
And Mr. Black to see you.
Have him come in.
Yes, sir. You may come in, Mr. Black.
Thank you, miss. Hello, Don.
Hello.
It's good to see you again. My, you haven't changed a bit. I was just saying to my wife this morning, I wonder
Paul.
if Don's still...
Paul, let's get this over with as soon as possible.
Oh, very well.
Did a representative of mine contact you from London, a man named Ross?
Yes, I saw him.
Did he offer you a cash settlement?
Yes, but I turned the offer down.
Why?
$5,000 isn't a very fair settlement.
Paul, you've been blackmailing me for 14 years now. Just this morning, I compiled my payments to you. They total more than $55,000.
Well, your figures are very accurate.
Then how much more do you want from me?
Well, let's explore my assets. I don't have to remind you that if I were to let the police come into possession of certain papers...
You'd go to the police?
Oh, I could do it without revealing my own identity. And if I did, this building would not only be returned to those two old ladies we acquired it from, but you'd be in jail. Do you realize that, John?
Yes.
Splendid. Then I'd say I want another $50,000.
$50,000?
That's my price.
That's a fortune.
That's why I want it. And I want it in cash by tomorrow afternoon.
Keith, I think I found something that might help us.
Well, we can use it.
I started to check into the background of John Ross.
The man who was murdered in London?
Yeah. Well, I found that he used to work for a man here in town named Don Jackson.
He's the one who owns the terminal building.
Mm-hmm. And as you recall, he bought it from Black.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, I called Jackson's office a little while ago, but he was in conference. His secretary said that she'd contact me as soon as he was through.
Good. Jim, I've just finished going over this report from the Paris Sûreté. And we know now for sure that Paul Black is back in this country.
How?
They located the missing passport of John Ross.
They did where?
In the hands of a black market passport operator in Paris. And under questioning, this operator admitted that he made a deal with Paul Black.
Oh?
He took the Ross passport from Black and gave him one in the name of Howard Poole.
That pins the murder on Black, but why do you say we know that he's back in this country now?
Because I checked immigration, and their records show that a Howard Poole flew from France to New York this week. That was Paul Black, of course, using the forged passport.
Excuse me, Keith. Yeah. Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Hello, Mr. Taylor. This is Miss Crawford, Mr. Don Jackson, secretary.
Oh, yes, Miss Crawford.
Something terrible has happened. Mr. Jackson just committed suicide.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Tonight, on the 8th of July, when we stand midway between America's Independence Day, July 4th, and France's Independence Day on July 14th, seems a specially suitable time to invite you to take advantage of the Equitable Society's famous Independent 60s plan. The Equitable Society created this plan for self-reliant Americans who want to keep on being independent after they reach the age of 60, who want to be self-supporting and self-respecting when it's time for them to retire. Many Equitable members who have cashed in on this plan live in spots where the weather is ideal all year long.
My wife and I make our home in Asheville, North Carolina. What a climate. Cool all summer. Never cold in winter.
People who have retired on Equitable Independent 60s plans can afford to travel. They've time for their hobbies.
My hobby is my workshop down in the basement. You ought to see some of the furniture I've built since I retired. And to think that for years I thought I couldn't afford a plan like this.
What do you mean?
I thought you had to be rich to go in for an independent 60s plan.
What opened your eyes?
My Equitable Society representative. He showed me that I was already halfway towards independent 60s, thanks to Social Security and the life insurance I already own.
That's a fact. In many cases, only a small amount of additional insurance is required to enable a man to look forward with complete confidence to independent 60s.
A few extra dollars a week did it for me.
So why not see your Equitable representative without delay? Phone him soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Transatlantic Shakedown.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation has under its jurisdiction the enforcement of some 120 federal statutes. Statutes which cover crimes ranging alphabetically from arson to willful murder. All of those crimes are prosecuted with equal vigilance, for no crime can be said to be less serious than another, when any of them might and frequently does involve the lives of decent human beings. However, it is doubtful if the special agents take as much personal interest in apprehending any criminal as they do in bringing to justice the most despicable of the lawbreakers, the extortioner. Here is a man who preys on the weaknesses of his fellow human beings, and who in almost every instance is more ruthless than even a professional killer. As you have seen in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, there are no lengths to which the extortioner will not go. No crime he will not commit to maintain his point of vantage. In tonight's case, it so happens that the extortion victim was himself a criminal, but that is rare. For the most part, the victim is a decent but thoroughly frightened citizen. If by any chance you are being victimized by a blackmailer, your FBI advises you to take the only course of action that is open to you. The only course of action which will free you and at the same time defeat the blackmailer. That course of action is to call your local police. Tonight's file continues in the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Paul Black.
Paul?
Yes, Mother.
Oh, I didn't see you. Why, you're not dressed yet.
I know.
But you said to hurry home so we could go to dinner and a show.
Mother, the roof has fallen in.
What?
I called Don Jackson's office this afternoon to find out when to pick up the money.
Didn't he have it?
He'd committed suicide.
What a dreadful thing to do to you.
You don't know how dreadful. We spent all our money to get over here, Mother. We haven't enough left to get even one of us back to Paris.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Mother, if anyone finds out that we're in this country...
I have a way for us to get back to Paris.
How?
Well, I was going through my trunk today. I found all sorts of old things. Stationery I hadn't used. A list of people we sent Christmas cards to in 1934.
Mother, how does that get us back to Paris?
I also found an old bank book. An account that I have at the Security Bank. Don't you remember that account?
Oh, yes, I do. How much have you got in it?
A little over $1,100.
Splendid. As soon as the bank opens tomorrow morning, go down and get the money. We'll be on our way back to Paris tomorrow night.
Jim, I thought I was going to be the first one in this morning.
I beat you to it, kid.
Anything come in overnight on Paul Black?
No, I'm afraid we're getting cold again.
Do you suppose it's possible that Black would return to this country without coming here?
Wouldn't think it was very probable that he would.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, yes, George.
I have a message for you.
No, what is it?
Mr. Hughes at the Security Bank called in.
Oh, hey, Keith? Isn't that the man you went to see yesterday?
That's right, Jim.
What did he say, George?
Mrs. Black was in there about 15 minutes ago.
He say anything about a man being with her?
No.
Mr. Hughes tell you whether or not Mrs. Black left any address or phone number?
Yeah, here it is.
Hey, fine, thanks. Keith, this is what we've been waiting for. I'm going to pay a call on Mrs. Black.
Hello?
Hello, Paul. It's me.
Mother, where are you?
In a phone booth.
Where have you been?
Just doing a little shopping.
Did you get the money at the bank?
No, not yet.
Why not?
They asked me to come back at 1 o'clock.
Why?
They said the account had been dead for so long that they needed a little time to check on it.
That sounds like they were stalling.
They said they'd call me if they cleared it up before 1 o'clock.
How can they call you?
I gave them the telephone number.
Oh, Mother. You told them we were living here?
Yes.
That explains it.
Explains what?
I heard a man at the door a little while ago.
Oh,
The bank was probably waiting for you. They must have called the police as soon as you left.
what can we do, Paul?
Well, they must be watching our place. I'll tell you what. You come on home.
Oh, all right, Paul.
By the time you get here, I'll have something figured out.
Just a minute, please.
Good afternoon. You Mrs. Mary Black?
That's right.
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Oh,
Here are my credentials.
well, won't you come in, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
We're looking for your husband, Mrs. Black.
My husband is dead.
We have reason to believe otherwise.
Why, he was killed during the war in a little town about 100 miles from Paris called Compiègne.
We believed that story at one time, too. Now we have definite proof that he's alive.
Oh, no.
Have you seen him?
Why, not since the day he left this country 10 years ago.
You weren't in Europe with him?
No.
I'd say it's quite a coincidence that you should return here the same week that he did.
Mr. Taylor, I have proof that I was not in Europe with my husband.
Oh, what kind of proof?
Letters? Letters that Paul wrote to me from the time he went away until he was killed.
How did he know where to write to you?
Well, I moved a lot, but I always left a forwarding address.
May I see the letters, please?
Yes, surely. I have them right here in my trunk. Oh, if Paul were alive, he'd still be writing to me. I know he would. Yes, here are the letters.
Thank you.
Now, this one, dated January 23rd, 1945. This is the last letter received from him. That was written the day before Paul was killed.
I see.
He wrote beautiful letters.
Do you mind if I take these back to the office with me?
Will you promise to return them?
I promise, Mrs. Black. I'll return them as soon as I possibly can.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Paul?
Has he gone?
Yes,
Did you give him the letters?
I did.
Well, that should clear you. As soon as he returns them, you go to the bank and we'll get out of here. Mother?
Yes, Paul.
What time is it?
Almost 6. I won't be able to go to the bank now till tomorrow.
I know.
Did you make reservations?
Yes, our plane leaves tomorrow at noon.
Well, I hope...
Wait till I get to the bedroom.
Yes. Just a minute.
Good evening, Mrs. Black.
Oh, hello.
May I come in, please?
Surely.
Thank you.
I didn't expect my letters back this soon.
Men in our laboratory can work very quickly.
May I have them?
Yes, of course. Here you are.
I trust they were proof enough.
No, I'm afraid they weren't.
What do you mean?
Those letters weren't written by your husband on the dates indicated.
Oh, but they were. You can tell by the stationery. Some of it's so old it's beginning to turn yellow. Paul did write those letters.
No, I'm not denying that.
But you said...
You and your husband counted on the fact that we would be thrown off the trail because of the age of the paper. We tested it. It's quite true that the paper is as old as you say it is.
Well?
One thing you didn't know is that our laboratory keeps a standard of every ink that's manufactured in this country. The tests show the ink on these letters was made in 1949.
That's not true.
Mrs. Black, I want your husband.
What?
I know that he's here, so you might as well surrender him. And we can all discuss these letters together.
Paul and Mary Black were convicted for a violation of the National Stolen Property Act and sentenced to a federal penitentiary. Detainers were also filed for the extradition of Paul Black to England to be tried for murder. Evidence developed in the criminal proceedings was later used by the two women who were the original property holders to have the transaction by Jackson set aside, and thus they regained the property that was rightfully theirs. That the clue which led to the solution of tonight's case from the files of your FBI was supplied to Special Agent Taylor by the FBI Crime Laboratory will come as no surprise to anyone who has followed the progress made in the field of crime investigation. In that field, science has made tremendous strides, and its use of such machines as the spectrograph, the Geiger counter, the microscope, and every other scientific aid that man has yet devised is increasing daily. In the old days, it was a rare case when the crime lab helped on a case. Now it is an equally rare case when it doesn't. In addition to the lab, though, there was an added factor which helped in the solution of tonight's case, an added factor which is of equal importance. That was the close cooperation among three international law enforcement agencies: Scotland Yard, the French Sûreté, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Your FBI at this time wishes not only to thank those two agencies, but also to convey the hope that their future cooperation will continue to be as close as it has been in the past.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, two final questions on the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
When I start one of these plans, what happens to the life insurance I now have?
Your Equitable representative will show you how to integrate it with your plan.
Well, how much in cash does this plan pay me after I'm 60?
You receive a check every month, the exact amount depending on your present income and your future needs. It takes only a few minutes to work it out, and your Equitable Society representative will be glad to do it for you. Ask him to drop around for a friendly visit. Phone him soon, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A dramatic story of a criminal double cross. Its subject, murder. Its title, The Merchant of Death.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's broadcast was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Grace Albertson, John Beale, Ed Begley, Jeanette Nolan, Gaylord Pendleton, and Don Randolph. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Merchant of Death, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you covered by Social Security? Then please listen carefully. Public opinion polls by the Equitable Life Assurance Society show that millions of Americans know little or nothing about their Social Security. Yes, according to these Equitable Society surveys, you may be failing to safeguard rights worth thousands of dollars to you and your family. Therefore, as a public service, the Equitable Life Assurance Society will devote this program's entire middle commercial, due in just 14 minutes, to information on Social Security. Information that may mean money in your pocket. Tonight's FBI file, The Henpecked Hijacker.
There are many people throughout the nation who hear the statistics of the current crime wave, statistics like the one which tells that there is a major crime committed in this country every 20 seconds, who shake their heads and give as their opinion the theory that nothing is being done to stop the criminal. Nothing could be further from the truth. What those people must realize is that the number of law enforcement officers is limited, and in that limitation, the criminal enjoys an initial advantage. There is, according to the latest survey made by your FBI, approximately 130,000 police officers in the country, or 1 to every 1,000 people. Obviously, it is impossible for that one law enforcement officer to keep a watch on 1,000 people. For that reason, the wonder is not that there are as many crimes as there are. The wonder is that there aren't more. Tonight's file opens in a small furnished apartment in the midtown section of an eastern city. It is early evening, and Marge and Jean Wheeler have just finished dinner.
Where are you going?
I got my cigarettes.
You might help me with the dishes, you know.
Leave them till later.
Then you'll be too tired to help me.
Want a cigarette?
No, thanks.
What's the matter with you tonight? Every time I've said anything, you've yapped at me.
I had lunch with Ann and Ruthie today.
Oh, you got loaded.
I only had 2 drinks.
Well, get with it. What's eating you?
Ruthie was wearing a new mink coat today.
Uh-huh.
Ann had a diamond bracelet that must have cost Harry $5,000.
Well, so what? Why should that make you sore?
Because I felt like a poor relation.
I don't get it.
They sat there, and they boasted about how great their husbands are doing. How do you think I felt?
Well, I don't think I'm doing so bad. I'm making close to $10,000 a year now, and it's steady.
$10,000 a year. Harry makes that in one night.
Well, let him make it his way. I'll make it in mine.
Haven't you got any ambition?
Well, sure.
You and Harry and George all started out together. You're as good as they are. I want to see you do as good as them.
Honey, Harry sticks up a bank maybe twice a year, and he lives on that the rest of the time. I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Because I don't like guns. If I walked into a bank with a gun and stood in front of all those people, I'd feel foolish.
All right. Do what George does.
George is a hijacker. You need a gun for that, too. I just want to go along my own easy way with little stock market swindles and let everybody else live their own lives.
Sure. Sure, let everybody live their own lives. What about mine? Doing my own cleaning, my own cooking, making my own clothes, I'm sick of it. You better make dough. Big dough. And make it fast.
But
No buts about it. There's only one way to do it, and that's with a gun. You got one, use it.
Marge, I love you, and I'd do anything to make you happy, but I can't use that gun on a job. That's final.
Look, if you don't go out and steal something big inside of the next month, I'm leaving you. And that's final, too.
Hey, Gene. Gene.
Oh, hello, Eddie.
Since when have you been a nature lover?
I could ask you the same question.
Oh, I come out to the park every day. I come to feed the pigeons. You ever do it?
No.
They're just like people. Some of them are stupid and some of them are smart. You see that black one down there?
Uh-huh.
He's a real larceny bum. Watch what happens when I throw this handful of peanuts. He'll wind up with the biggest ones. You see that, Gene? What a beautiful thief.
Yeah.
What's the matter with you, kid? Yeah, kind of down.
I am.
What's wrong?
It's Marge.
Your wife?
Yeah, she's beefing. Says I gotta hit a jackpot.
Oh, what's wrong with the touch you got?
It's not big enough for her. She wants me to use a gun.
Well, why don't you?
Oh, I can't, Eddie. I just can't, that's all.
Stop worrying. She'll forget it by tomorrow.
No, she's serious. She's gonna leave me if I don't do something.
Well, if she wants to go that bad, let her go.
I don't want her to go.
Well, maybe there's a way out.
That's what I've been trying to think of. I've been digging over every dodge I ever heard about.
Gene, I got it.
What?
Listen, you got any money stashed away?
Yeah?
I mean that Marge don't know about.
Oh, yeah, about $1,500.
Well, that's perfect.
Why?
You know the Dawson Finance Company?
You mean the place at Broadway and 38th?
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna stick it up tonight.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, I've worked joints like this before. I usually score for about a G, $1,500.
So what?
So you go home tonight after midnight with $1,500. Give it to Marge and tell her you done the job.
Oh, she won't believe me.
Oh, tell her to look in the papers tomorrow morning. The story will be there. She's got to go for it.
Well, she might.
Believe me, it's a cinch.
I hate to go for the $1,500.
It'll be worth it.
Yeah, if it works.
It'll work. Hey, look, hand me those peanuts, will you? Pigeons are getting hungry.
Is that you, Gene?
Yeah, Marge.
Well, where have you been? It's after 1 o'clock. You said you...
Oh, now, take it easy, honey. I got a surprise for you.
What?
What does that look like?
A gun.
What does this look like?
Gene, where did you get all that dough?
I pulled the stick up.
What?
Now, you asked me to use a gun, so I did.
I can't believe it. How much did you get?
A little over $1,500.
Where'd you do the job?
Dawson Finance Company, Broadway and 38th.
You did it all by yourself?
Of course.
Well, I must say, this is a surprise. I didn't think you'd ever do it, Gene. I'm proud of you, honey.
Well, show it, will you?
What do you mean?
I'm tired. I had a tough night.
Yeah, I know.
Where are the evening papers?
Right here, honey.
Well, let's have them, will you?
Sure.
And I'm hungry, Marge. I'd like a sandwich and a bottle of beer.
Sure. I'll fix something right away. Anything else, dear?
A little quiet. I want to read my papers.
At 2:30 that morning, Special Agent Jim Taylor returned to the local FBI field office to meet Agent Ben Adams.
Hi, Ben.
Oh, hi, Jim.
Sorry I had to wake you.
No, that's all right.
Boss wanted to get started on this case right away before it got cold.
Well, what's it about, Jim?
Hold up. The Dawson Finance Company. It's a loan outfit up on Broadway and 38th Street. It was held up about 11:30 tonight.
How'd we get in on a holdup?
Well, the bandit entered the building by telling the elevator operator he was an FBI man.
I see.
He then went up to the finance company office on the 11th floor, entered with a passkey, and slugged Mr. Dawson.
Oh, sounds like it might have been an inside job.
Well, I thought of that, Ben, but Dawson wasn't killed. He was only slugged. Now, if the bandit had been someone Dawson knew, I don't think he'd left him alive to give us an identification when he comes to.
Oh, that's true. Where's Dawson now?
He's at emergency hospital.
Did you get anything down at his office?
No, not very much. Oh, I did pick up this page from the building register.
Huh?
This is the one the bandit signed.
It's lucky it's the only signature on the page.
Yeah, I thought we might get some prints off it. I'm going to send it over to the lab. I'll ask them to call you as soon as they've gotten anything.
Where are you headed for?
I'm going over to the hospital. I want to be around whenever Dawson comes to.
Gene, wake up.
Oh.
Come on, get up.
Go away. Let me sleep. I'm tired.
Get up.
What do you want?
Look at this.
What?
The morning paper. There's a big story about the stick-up on the front page.
There is? What do they say?
Where's the rest of it?
The rest of what?
The rest of the money from the stick-up.
What are you talking about?
The paper says the job was good for $22,000.
What?
You heard me. They had the same story on the radio this morning.
Oh.
Where's the rest of the dough?
I haven't got it.
Quit stalling.
I'm not stalling,
You got
Marge.
$22,000 on the job. You gave me $1,500. That makes you $20,500 shy. Now, where is it?
Marge, I got a confession to make.
Well?
I didn't do the job.
What?
Eddie Perkins did it.
Wait a minute. What do you take me for?
I swear to you, Eddie did the job. He told me about it in advance so I could make you think I did.
You're lying.
Marge, I just did it to make you happy.
There's only one way you can make me happy. Get me the rest of that $22,000.
Yeah, but
if you don't, I'm walking out of here, and I'm not coming back.
Anything come back from the lab, Ben?
Yeah, they tried to smoke up some prints off that building register, but none of them came up good enough to work on.
That's too bad.
I hope you had better luck at the hospital.
Oh, little. I finally got in to see Dawson.
How is he?
He'll recover. He's got a nasty scalp wound, but it's not too serious.
Could he give you anything?
No, not much. When the bandit entered the office, he was wearing a brown handkerchief over his face as a mask.
Oh. Did he recognize the bandit's general physical setup as anyone who worked for him?
Oh, he's only got women working in the office.
Oh.
So I went back down to his office after I spoke to him. He thought there might be some prints of the bandit on the cash box. The bandit was the last one to handle it.
Were there any?
Well, the box was covered with prints, but it was impossible to pick out any distinct ones. We did get one break, though.
Yeah?
Got this handkerchief here.
Oh, is that the one the bandit wore?
Yeah, that's it.
Where'd you find it?
Oh, one of the cleaning women on the 11th floor found it in a closet about an hour ago. I took it back up to the hospital, and Dawson identified it.
Yeah, I see, Jim. Well, there's a laundry mark on this handkerchief.
Yeah, I saw it. Now our job is to find out whose laundry mark it is.
Who's there?
It's me, Gene Wheeler.
Yeah, okay, Gene.
Hello, Eddie.
Hi, Gene. Come on in. What are you doing up this early?
Oh, I got another rhubarb going with Marge.
Well, what are you waking me up for?
Because it's all your fault.
My fault?
Yeah.
How did I get into this thing?
It's that job you did.
The one last night?
Yeah. I went home and told Marge I did it, and I gave her the $1,500 like you said. Then this morning she sees the papers, and she wants the rest of the 22 G's.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry, Gene. I didn't know I was going to get that much.
Well, that don't help me any. Marge thinks I got the dough, and I'm holding out on her.
Look, Gene, I'll tell her the real story and square the rap for you.
That won't work, Eddie.
Why not?
I already tried it.
You told her I did the job?
That's right. She didn't believe me.
Well,
Oh, you got me in an awful jam, Eddie.
I was only trying to help you.
This could break up my marriage.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Give me the 22,000.
What?
I want the 22 G's.
Are you out of your mind?
Eddie, I gotta give that money to Marge.
Look, get out of here, will you?
It's the only way I can square myself.
Will you blow?
I can't, Eddie. I can't leave here without the money. Now, come on, give it to me.
Over my dead body.
Okay. I'm sorry, Eddie.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI provides national security. Now let's devote a minute to Social Security.
$12, $15, $18,000. That's what your Social Security rights can be equivalent to, depending on your age, salary, and family situation.
Considering those values, it will pay you to look into the special service on Social Security offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. This service consists of 3 steps.
First step, full information.
Your Equitable Society representative is ready to give you a complete and accurate picture of Social Security as it applies to you and your family. He'll tell you whether you're a fully insured worker or only currently insured, and what difference this will make in benefits you would receive. Or, if you're nearing retirement age, he'll tell you what kind of work you could do and still be eligible for Social Security payments. Why be uninformed or misinformed when thousands of dollars may be at stake? See your Equitable representative soon.
Second step, an immediate checkup on your position under Social Security.
Social Security Administration recommends that you make these checkups regularly. They prevent errors being made in your account. And the easiest way to check your account is to get the special form from your Equitable representative, a form approved by the Social Security Administration. Once you've determined your standing under Social Security, you're ready to benefit from the last step of this free service offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
That step is to help you build Social Security into full security.
Yes, your Equitable Society representative will show you how a comparatively modest investment in life insurance will build Social Security into full security. In other words, he'll give you an analysis to show how life insurance and Social Security, working as a team, can give you and your family a future of freedom from money worries. There's no charge for this service. See your Equitable Society representative immediately, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Henpecked Hijacker.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI illustrates the fact that although criminals may use different avenues of approach to gain their illegal ends, the common influence motivating them is avarice, sheer, unadulterated, overwhelming greed. It is that greed which makes every criminal a parasite of our society. And in this case, as in biology, it is possible for the parasites to prove fatal unless we do something and do it quickly to prevent the number of criminals from multiplying as rapidly as they have been. We give our law enforcement agencies no chance to stop the crime wave. Those agencies have certain restrictions as to the number of men they employ, and it has been shown that a city can be so deluged with criminals that the law has no chance of being enforced, that the criminals become a law unto themselves. What is true of a city can be true of a state or of a nation, and for that reason the time for action is now. Action on your part to help fight the never-ending war against crime. Tonight's file continues as Special Agents Taylor and Adams drive through city traffic.
Slow down, Jim. There's our laundry.
I see it. Hey, Ben, we're really lucky. We even got a place to park.
Yeah. You want to slide out this side?
Yeah, I might as well.
Well, the switchboard really did a job locating this laundry so fast.
Yeah, those operators really cut loose once they get a job to do.
Go ahead, Jim.
Thanks, man.
Good morning.
Morning.
Something I could do for you?
Oh, I'm Mr. Taylor from the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh, yes, Mr. Taylor. I'm Mr. Merrick.
How are you, sir? This is Mr. Adams from our office.
How do you
Merrick,
do?
how are you?
This is the handkerchief our office told you about, Mr. Merrick.
Uh-huh. Oh, yes, this is our laundry mark.
Do you know who it belongs to?
Yes, but I don't know his name. This belongs to a man who brings his laundry in every week. Himself.
I see.
Can you tell us what he looks like?
Yes, he's about 35, 6 foot tall, about 200 pounds. He's got black hair, and he's got a blue star tattooed on the back of his left hand.
Well, that's a pretty complete description, Mr. Merrick.
Mr. Adams, all my life I've been reading stories in the papers about the police. They come to a laundry to find out whose laundry mark it is, and always it's the same thing. They never get a good description.
That's right.
I made up my mind a long time ago that I would study my customers, and if the police ever asked the Merrick Laundry for a description, the Merrick Laundry would be ready.
Well, I wish there were more people as conscientious as that, Mr. Merrick. Oh, by the way, where do you deliver this man's laundry?
I don't deliver it, Mr. Taylor. He picks up his clean package when he brings in his dirty stuff.
Mm-hmm. Do you know where he lives?
No, I don't. All I know is that he lives in a hotel around here.
Well, how do you know that, Mr. Merrick?
Because the first time he brought in his laundry, he told me that his hotel did his shirts once, and they ruined 3 brand new ones.
Well, he sounds like a very careful dresser.
Oh, he is.
Has he got any laundry with you now?
Yes, he's got a package ready to be picked up.
Fine. May we see it, please?
Well, certainly. It's right here under the counter. Yeah. Wait till I pick out the right box. Ah, yes, here it is. Here you are, gentlemen.
Yes, he is a careful dresser, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of these shirts come from Merchant and Thompson up on 50th Street.
Yes, they're very expensive shirts, Mr. Taylor.
Ben, you've got the notes on that description that Mr. Merrick gave us, haven't you?
Yes, Jim.
Well, look, why don't you run back to the office, see if you can find anybody in our files answering that description, huh?
Okay, Jim.
While you're doing that, I'll go by Merchant and Thompson and see if they can tell me who they made these shirts for.
Marge! Marge!
What is it?
Where are you?
In the living room.
In the living room. In the living room.
What's the matter with you?
What do you mean, what's the matter with me?
Jane, you've been drinking.
No kidding.
You're drunk.
Suppose I am.
Now, don't you talk that way to me.
I'll talk to you any way I want, and you know why? Because I'm rich. You're rich. We're both rich. Now, look at this. Money, 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 money.
So I was right. You did do that job.
No, Eddie did the job.
Then where did you get the money?
I took it from Eddie. I hit him over the head. And I took it.
Gene, that's wonderful.
I figured you'd think that way.
What do you mean?
And sweetheart, for your information, Eddie Perkins is my friend. I should say he was my friend.
So what?
I had to slug a guy. Maybe kill him for all I know, and all to please you.
Oh, shut up, Gene. Give me the money.
You ain't getting it.
What?
I made up my mind in the saloon. You ain't getting one penny.
Now listen,
You
Gene.
listen. Well, for weeks now I've been hearing, do this, Gene, or I'll leave you. Do that, Gene, or I'll leave you. Well, here's a switch for you, kid. I want you to go.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. Now pack your bags and get out of here.
Special Agent Adams.
Hello, Ben.
Oh, hiya, Jim. Where are you?
I'm over at the shirt makers. The shirts were made for a thief named Eddie Perkins.
Oh, I don't think I know him.
He's got a long record.
Was a hold-up man?
Yeah, his last couple of arrests have been for armed robbery. Oh, did you get anything?
No, Jim, not yet. The file room's still working on the description.
I see.
Have you got an address on Eddie Perkins at the store, Jim?
Well, they're getting it for me now.
Oh, well, do you think I ought to get a warrant for Perkins' arrest before I leave the office?
Yeah, it's a good idea. We'll, excuse me, Ben. Yeah. Fine. Thank you, sir. Ben, I've got Perkins' address. It's the Central
Good.
Hotel.
Yeah?
Meet you there in 15 minutes in the lobby.
Ben, I got here sooner than I expected, so I went on upstairs.
Did you find Perkins?
No, he wasn't in, but I got enough evidence to prove that he did the job.
Yeah, what'd you find?
Well, there were half a dozen money bags from the Dawson Finance Company strewn all over the room.
That's enough.
And there was a fresh blood stain on the rug.
How did that get there?
I checked with Dr. Phillips. He's the house physician. He said he treated Perkins.
For what?
Head wound.
When?
About a half an hour ago.
Well, was the head wound bad enough to prevent him from traveling?
No, Ben, it wasn't.
Sounds like he's taken off with the loot.
Well, I don't think so, not according to the doctor's story. He says that Perkins was blazing mad and kept mumbling something about having been robbed.
Yeah? Well, where did he go from the doctor's office?
I don't know. But there's a doorman here at the hotel. The clerk has sent for him.
Did the doctor have anything else, Jim?
Well, he told me that he'd treated Perkins before and that he remembered that blue star that Mr. Merrick told us about that's tattooed on the back of his left hand.
Yeah? Well, did the doctor know what Perkins' business was?
No, he was quite surprised when I told him.
Fella?
Yes, that's right.
I'm the doorman.
Oh, yes. Tell me, did you see Mr. Perkins leave about a half hour ago?
Hey, yes, sir. I got him a cab.
Would you have any idea where he was going?
Well, I only heard him tell the hacky he wanted to go to Midtown Village.
That's a pretty big development, Jim.
Yes, I know.
There are 18 apartment houses there, and I think there are 60 apartments in every building.
Yeah, but I think we can find Perkins if he's still there.
Can I be of any more help to you, gentlemen?
Yes, would you get us a cab, please? Ben, we're going to Midtown Village ourselves.
Haven't you started to pack yet?
Oh, Gene.
Don't give me that.
How can you do this to me?
It's real easy.
Gene.
What is it?
Why are you making me go away?
You know why.
I can't believe that's the real reason. You found another girl. That's why you're acting like this, isn't it?
No.
Then how can you be so cruel?
Well, look, this was your idea in the first place.
What do you mean?
Going away. You've been threatening to do it right along.
Oh, Gene, I was wrong. I don't want to go.
Now, look.
Please listen to me. Let me stay, honey. I'll never say I'll leave you again, honest.
Well...
Please. Who's that?
Probably the cab I called for you.
Tell him to go away, honey. Please.
Well, okay. Hello, smart boy. Eddie, step back.
Eddie Perkins.
That's right, Marge.
But I thought you were...
Dead, maybe? Now, that's how my pal here left me.
Look, Eddie, I can explain.
I don't want any explanations. I want my dough.
I know. I'm giving it back to you.
What?
I'm giving him back his money, Marge.
Wait a minute. What about that mink coat and that jewelry?
I thought we settled all that.
How?
We just made up, remember?
That had nothing to do with the $22,000.
Let's settle this some other time,
You
will
keep
you?
out of this. Gene, if you give him back that money, I'm leaving you.
Now, look,
I mean it.
Wait a minute, both of you. I have a gun here, see it? This gun calls for money.
Drop that gun, Perkins. Cover him, Ben.
Right.
Who are you?
Special agents of the FBI.
Well, thank heavens. You got here just in time to save us from being robbed of $22,000.
Really? Where is it?
Show it to him, Gene. You hear me?
Okay. Here's some of it.
Thank you. Ben.
Yeah, Jim.
Check the serial numbers on these bills with the ones that Dawson gave us, will you?
Right.
What does that mean?
I think it should tell us who was really robbed of the $22,000.
Eddie Perkins was convicted for violation of the federal impersonation statute. He was then turned over to local authorities for prosecution for robbery. Gene and Marge Wheeler were also turned over to local authorities for obtaining under false pretense and robbery. Special Agent Taylor was pretty certain that Eddie Perkins could be traced at Midtown Village with ease because the doctor at the hotel who had treated him mentioned that he had bandaged Perkins' head. Once at Midtown Village, it was, as Taylor had guessed, simple to find out where the man with the bandaged head had gone and to follow that rather wide trail. And thus was your FBI able once again to close a case with a conviction, and to close it within a matter of hours after the initial crime was reported. True, that meant working all night and most of the next day, but no special agent is a clock watcher. He works as your FBI has trained him to work, 24 hours a day if need be, and around the clock again if that will help him do his job. His job of fighting incessant warfare against America's army of criminals.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, a quick review of the special three-point service offered by your Equitable Society representative to help you get the most out of Social Security. First, he gives you a clear picture of what Social Security can accomplish for you. Second, your Equitable Society representative supplies you with a special form approved by the Social Security Administration for checking up on your position under Social Security. Third, he shows you how easy and inexpensive it is to build Social Security into full security. Don't fail to take advantage of this special service by your Equitable representative and the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case that dramatizes the most venal crime in the federal statutes. Its subject, kidnapping. Its title, Operation Ransom.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Operation Ransom on This Is Your FBI.
This is Greg Fordyce from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Thank you so much for listening and watching and enjoying the video. Hit the like and subscribe buttons if you did. It really helps the channel out. And again, if you're seeing this video on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, there are no numbers in my channel's URL name, then you are watching a pirated copy of my video where the thief has stolen my audio track and republished it with a different background on their channel. Thanks again for all of your support.